10 to nie jest rano. Nie jest rano. Dzień dobry Państwu.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Welcome to our 10th Jubilee SMA conference weekend with SMA. Yesterday we were celebrating, we had a cake, we had some fireworks as well. So we are truly happy that we were able to reach this moment, that the foundation has been operating for 9 years, and this is the 10th conference weekend with SMA. It is our tradition that we have a minute of silence to commemorate those who passed away last year. Unfortunately, still SMA patients pass away. So please rise and let's have a minute of silence.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you. Like I said, our conference is a jubilee of everyone suffering from SMA. Patronage is offered by the president, by the mayor. She couldn't be with us, but she wrote us a short letter, which I would like to read. Distinguished Madam President, I am glad that your cyclical conference is celebrating the 10th anniversary that is taking place on the 3rd and 5th through 5th of June. This meeting is important for you, and this year it's an extra dimension because it involves families of children suffering from SMA from Ukraine. And I'm glad that you managed to support 100 such families, which, thanks to your support, have found help in different facilities in Poland. I wish you a successful conference and send my kind regards to all participants, in particular our guests from Ukraine. Honorary patronage of the conference Polish Pediatric Neurologist Society. Thank you so much for that. We also have patronage of a National Chamber of Physical Therapists. And I'd like to ask Professor to kindly take the floor. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, very briefly, my current presentation is a short one, and it's my last public presentation as the outgoing president of the chamber after 5 years in the office. This was a time of big changes in treatment of SMA patients, and I'm glad this happened during my term of office, because the patients I worked with 30 years ago, they were patients of our neurology department of the Warsaw Medical Hospital. And 7 years ago, you were treated by people who were pretending to be physical therapists. But the law has changed that. You now know who a physical therapist is. We keep raising the standards. A week ago, and you're the first ones to be informed about that. So a week ago, the National Meeting of Physical Therapists adopted the Code of Ethics, Code of Professional Ethics, to raise the standards of work with physical therapists. One of the points of the code relates to the relationship to the patient, family and caregivers. These are high standards, and hopefully, Madam CEO will make it available when we publish it on the website of our chamber. I would like you to be able to say that physical therapy of SMA patients in Poland is really good. It's really good, if not great, oftentimes better than in other better developed countries. Talk about that in Poland and in the world. Madam President, we are there for you. And I would like to give you a symbolic gift from our chamber. This is a cup with this motto from our website. Physical therapy moves. So, all the best.
Dziękujemy bardzo, panie profesorze.
Thank you, professor.
Teraz rozpoczynamy
And
część
now we are starting the
debatę.
official
Zaproszę
part, the
pana
debate.
redaktora Bartosza
Let me invite
Kwiatek,
Bartosz
aby
Kwiatek, editor-in-chief,
zaprosił naszych
who
gości.
will be inviting our guests. Thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am glad that I can be with you yet again. This is an expert debate, Jubilee Conference. We are going to talk about successes because you've had a lot of successes. But since there are successes, there are also new opportunities and challenges, and we need to talk about that. And we will be talking about this with distinguished experts. And let me invite now the panelists. We have a lot of points to discuss, so I would like you to stick to our time frames because we want to talk to the audience as well, to the people who are with us. So I would like to invite Madam Professor Anna Kostera-Pruszczyk, Manager of Neurology Clinic, Warsaw Medical University.
Zapraszam serdecznie panią profesor
Monikę Goss, Medical Genetics, Institute of Mother and Child.
Zapraszam panią
Dr Agnieszka Stępień, President of the Association Physical Therapy in Poland. She's a physical therapist and a lecturer at the Warsaw Physical Education University. Dr Raczek, President of SMA Foundation, who gave you this warm welcome. We were talking about Polish Pediatric Neurologists Society, and let me tell you that we will have Professor Maria Mazurkiewicz-Bodzińska with us online, who's the chair of the Polish Pediatric Neurologists Society. She's also the manager of a clinic of neurology at Gdańsk Medical University. She's involved now in a neurological conference, and around 10:30 she will join us online. We will be able to talk to her. Let me welcome Dr. Ryszard Nowak online with us. He's a Voivodeship consultant for neurology in Little Poland region, and he works for the Department of Strokes, Hospital of Krakow. Welcome, doctor. Hello. I hope you can hear us and see us.
Pozdrowienia do Krakowa.
Greetings.
I ja jeszcze w naszym gronie serdecznie zapraszam do wzięcia udziału w tej debacie Kacpra Rucińskiego.
Kacper Ruciński, co-founder of SMA Foundation, member of the Strategic Committee.
To tak zacząłem z pulpitu, ale teraz już na skraju możemy rozpocząć tę dyskusję. I zaczynamy od początku. Możemy powiedzieć tak. Oczywiście, że sukcesu, bo to jest sukces, ale też za tym sukcesem idą możliwości i kolejne wyzwania.
Are related to opportunities and challenges. I'm talking about the new program for SMA screening. I'm glad we have SMA screening and that it works. Professor Monika Goss, would you tell us how it works? Hello. Thank you for the invitation to this debate. Well, how does it work? It works thanks to the program of infant screening for SMA implemented in Poland for many years now. And we've had 29 different diseases included in the program. In March 2021, SMA was added to that screening program. So we benefited from the existing system. So in the case of infant screening for SMA, we have the Institute of Mother and Child and the medical genetics institutes are involved in those screenings. So thanks to our work, it was possible to start screening quickly and efficiently. So screening provides for both screening tests as well as confirming tests. So how does it work? So each infant that is born in Poland has blood taken on a blot. It is then sent to a metabolic diagnostics laboratory where it's registered in a system which we use for registering samples and storing outcomes. So it's sent to our laboratory, SMA laboratory, where we carry out genetic tests. Now, what is really important, and on this blot, for each infant, there is a space for signature to give your consent for genetic tests, because this is the first screening based on genetic tests. According to the law, we have to obtain consent from legal guardians of an infant to carry out such genetic tests. So if we have a signature, we are able to carry out a genetic test. The test is carried out based on the most frequent methods that molecular labs use, and within 24 hours, every registered sample has an outcome. Usually it's a negative outcome. But when we have an outcome which suggests the possibility of SMA, we take this blot from the database and we use an alternative test to do to calculate the number of SM1 and SM2 copies, and if we can confirm the positive outcome, we convey this information to the center that offers treatment to SMA patients, and doctors consult parents. They organize an appointment in order to verify the results. And so the sample is sent to us again, where we carry out the third genetic test using MLPA method, and we issue a verifying outcome. And we submit it to the results to the center where the patient was admitted, and then the process of treatment starts. So I wanted to point out that the screening program is systemic.
So it's not that you are just given the message that your child has is this health issue, but we do have a certain pathway for the patient that seems to be most optimal. Well, thank you, Professor. I believe that the important thing to address is the early diagnosis as a critical factor for SMA treatment. Well, that's kind of obvious. We know very well that across the board in many illnesses, the early diagnosis is critical for the success of treatment. But why is it so important for SMA? I remember that years ago when there was no treatment available, but nevertheless SMA was diagnosed, and that was a huge challenge for families, for professionals, because you didn't have that tool at the time. And when the tool became available, the early diagnosis is even more important. Well, early diagnosis is critical for a number of reasons. First of all, SMA-kiem, so acute form with symptoms manifesting themselves in early infancy. This is the case when the symptoms progress very quickly. Therefore, if we can start treatment before symptoms are manifested, then we have the greatest efficacy. We know that from the clinical trials, from 3 drugs that were registered for treatment, but we also know that from our follow-up studies on large group of Polish patients who qualified for such a pre-symptom treatment. So we have the genetic disease that has pre-symptom phase when we can intervene with pharmacological treatment. And to answer your question, I have to say that we truly appreciate the commitment of our screening team. Well, the timeline for Polish children and when they get the result of the genetic test is absolutely the record short, and this is unique globally. Polish children get their test result much earlier than in any other country, which is west to Poland. So if there are some singular delays that you may read about in the media, this is usually the cases where parents did not agree for screening. So I would like to make it very clear here that Polish children that qualify for the pre-symptom treatment are doing really fine. Well, thank you, Professor. Let me just say that Professor was very modest while speaking about her team in the Institute of the Mother and Child, but let me add to that before this debate, I actually made an appointment with a professor who will actually, who agreed to be in our program, and we will talk about challenges and good developments. So everything that we will talk about the debate during the debate will be continued later on in the media. But before we move on to the drug program, let me look at Dorota. Dorota, tell us, what does it mean from the parents' perspective, the moment where we are right now with the program? But before actually start talking about the program, let's say that we have the screening program in place. Yes, this is amazing, because a few years ago we could not even dream about it, SMA community. Now we know that we can actually stop the SMA. Our children can actually grow normally, or nearly normally, depending on a number of factors. But the very fact that this is such a fast process, we are the fastest in the world, well, that really makes me proud and puts a smile on my face.
Bo to w kontekście też
Kacper,
profesor zaznaczała,
I need to ask the same question to you.
wartością jest to, że możemy rozpocząć
because we understand that this is a huge benefit that we can start that treatment before symptoms manifest themselves. Yes, that really changes everything. It changes the disease, and it really is a major milestone in our fight with SMA. Now we see that children that get treatment very early, before they have any symptoms, they actually grow and develop normally. They are healthy children. Right now we have 2 drugs, and very soon we will have 3 drugs that can be used for symptom treatment. A couple of days ago, Ridisplan was approved for the US market, and it can be used nearly from the birth, and hopefully it will be also registered in the EU soon. So, because the drugs are available, children that receive the drugs can develop normally. And now imagine the situation in 50 or 60 or 80 years. Then we probably will not be talking about the symptomatic SMA. So we are really charting the pathway for the history of medicine. Well, thank you. So, since we are exploring the medicine here, well, our most recent history is 3 years with the treatment available for SMA under the program. The program is out there. It is operating as we speak, and I think that this is a good opportunity to summarize that. Now, let me ask you about the results of the program. Professor Kostera-Pruszczyk and Professor Ryszard Nowak are with us. So, Professor Kostera-Pruszczyk goes first. Let me start with a brief personal reflection. Professor Krawczyk, as a representative of physical therapists, spoke about his early days in the clinic. We started to work at the clinic at the same time. We had a lot of SMA patients at that time. We were trying to do as much as we could, but it was not enough. But during the past few years, we've witnessed huge progress that has been there. So I think that we should be really mindful of how things are changing for the better. Obviously, there is a lot to be done, but the situation of patients with SMA in Poland has improved tremendously. So, until recently, the treatment was hardly available. Today, we are able to intervene with that treatment early on. Well, my presentation is really somewhat, perhaps, not to the point, but because they told me that I should not have too many slides. Over 750 nusinersen patients treated under the program since 2019. Prior to that, the drug was available in 3 pediatric centers for early SMA patients, and a group of adults patients who started in 2017 the treatment in Belgium. In 2018, the adult patients were moved to our clinic in Warsaw. Overall, the situation is such that there are over 30 centers that treat pediatric and adult patients. We were amongst the first centers. Patients are coordinated by the coordination team, and this is done according to the regulation. All the young children are qualified on a fast path track, so the decision is usually made within 2 or 3 hours after one of the team members receives the request for the qualification of the infant. So this is an intrathecal injection, and patients who suffer from scoliosis, they may need ultrasound or tomography support for intrathecal injection, and we know for sure, and we need to report that on an ongoing basis because there is a program that monitors therapy programs, so we have to report on efficacy of the treatment. So the results that are achieved, the outcomes that are achieved with the patients within different age groups, starting from the first year when the saturation dose is administered. No one was excluded because of the poor efficacy. There were some dropouts because patients were moving on to the clinical trials, or they were covered by the early access program for orally administered drug that was initially registered in the US and later in the EU. One slide about the Polish patient. So we will report that during the neurology conference in Vienna in June, but this is the slide about the adult patients, where I'm showing it because the clinical trials were focused on the pediatric population. And when we started to treat adult patients, we knew that the mechanism of the drug is such that it should also work for adult patients, but we didn't have data from clinical trials. Ourselves and the number of countries that have been given access to the therapy early on, we do have our own test results that really show how patients have improved. On the left, you see 6 months of therapy. On the right, you see over 10 months of the therapy, over 12 months. So this is really measurable. Their functions improve, and improvement is becoming more visible over time. Now, what we see from other countries is that various treatments meet various expectations of patients. We are very much familiar with SMA history. We know that this is a progressing disease, and therefore, if you are able to actually put the disease on hold, it's a huge therapeutic success. But we want more than just to stop progress. This is a study with approximately 150 adult or nearly adult patients. The youngest one was 15. This is the observational study from Germany. They started treatment in 2017. And in that group, they had patients who were on respiratory support, so fairly advanced disease. 96% of patients reported satisfaction with the treatment. Nearly 80% claimed that treatment should be continued. Now, what are the expectations? We are starting treatment of not only pre-symptomatic children, because here the sky is the limit, but we need to be very reasonable about our expectations for the therapy. If you have a patient who has been ill for a long time and has symptoms during the inception of the treatment, it's not that you are able to erase all the damage that was inflicted by the disease, but we may improve the functioning of the patient. And I think that we should reflect how expectation of patients with SMA2, SMA3 and 4, how the expectations vary. Overall, patients want to have better muscle function and strength, but SMA2 wants to stabilize disease, but SMA3 patients
relatywnie przewlekłego, takiego łagodnego jeszcze momentu przebiegu choroby, przede wszystkim na przykład liczyli na utrzymanie możliwości dalszej samodzielnego chodzenia, ale również bardzo ważny aspekt wytrzymałość, niezależność, to co wydaje mi się istotne,
So today, let's not hope for the complete treatment. Let's work for the maximum, towards the maximum success.
Po które już sięgamy.
This is within the reach.
Siła mięśniowa, wytrzymałość, niezależność, mobilność, oczywiście lęki związane z podawaniem leku, które zmniejszają się w miarę stosowania. Interesujące spojrzenie również pochodzące z badania ankietowego pacjentów, jakie są pewne priorytety przy spojrzeniu na różne terapie, w zależności od tego, czy pytamy dorosłych czy opiekunów dzieci. U dorosłych przede wszystkim skuteczność, bezpieczeństwo, droga podania. Rodzice dzieci przede wszystkim zwracali uwagę na bezpieczeństwo, skuteczność i drogę podania. Generalnie pacjenci oczekiwali
first look at efficacy and administration route, but all patients expected improvement, and improvement has become possible. Patients have been able to do more things during the day, and they recognize that their functioning has improved. Thank you.
Pani profesor, to ja jeszcze w kontekście tego, o czym pani mówiła, chciałbym dopytać. My jesteśmy przyzwyczajeni niestety do słowa kolejka w systemie ochrony zdrowia w Polsce. Czy jeśli chodzi o funkcjonowanie programu i włączanie nowych pacjentów, zarówno dzieci, jak i dorosłych, w Polsce mówimy o kolejce, czy nie? Czy to jest akurat taki przykład, że dzieje się to płynnie?
Do we have a waiting line in Poland, or is it a smooth operation? It is a smooth operation, but there is a waiting line.
Pacjentów pediatrycznych,
in terms of the pediatric
mogę powiedzieć z dosyć dużą dozą pewności, że wszystkie dzieci, których rodzice byli zainteresowani lub są w dowolnym momencie zainteresowani rozpoczęciem leczenia, mają taką kwalifikację i dostęp do leczenia natychmiast. Natomiast jeśli chodzi o pacjentów dorosłych, tutaj możliwość uruchamiania kolejnych ośrodków leczących pacjentów dorosłych była znacznie bardziej rozwinięta w czasie. Dalej jest pewna kolejka. My teraz widzimy również pewną grupę pacjentów, którzy na przykład chorując bardzo długo i mając bardzo zaawansowane skoliozy, nie podjęli nigdy aktywności związanej z
suffering from the disease for a long time,
and they have
scoliosis, etc. They never actually attempted the treatment of intrathecal injections, but they are actually inquiring about the possibility to take the drug that is available in the oral form. So there are patients that so far have not been seeking the treatment. We have new centers opening up in Poland, and they will be treating adult patients with nusinersen. So hopefully at some point we will have zero people waiting in line. So 100% of the population will be treated with everything that is available. Well, hopefully that will happen. Thank you, Professor. I said that we have an online connection with Dr. Ryszard Nowak, and I would like to invite Dr. Nowak to share his thoughts and reflections over the 3 years of the program. And doctor, I want to ask about the program. We keep talking about the program, but the program is not only about the drug and the administration of the drug, but it also involves a number of other services. So is it a step forward towards a comprehensive treatment for SMA patients?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's been 3 years since we had the first patient in our ward. At first, we thought that this group of patients, that this would be like several people. But within a year, it turned out that we had more than 50 patients. And now, we have 53 people on intrathecal treatment. And we also have patients from time to time who did not opt for treatment earlier on, but now, since they are qualified for intrathecal treatment, they come to us. So we had patients, we admitted patients quite regularly, apart from the first 6 months of 2019. And it was really difficult back then to manage such a big group of patients, to test them and to learn how to test them, and to carry out additional tests such as spine tomography, in order to be able that we can administer intrathecal drugs. And another problem is with beds. At first, we were unable to admit patients in a single day. We had to provide them with beds and also beds for their caregivers, because usually they were coming with their caregivers. So it's the caregivers that were burdened with caregiving in the hospital. But with time, we all learned how to do it, how to test those patients, and how to assess them on every possible scale. We learn to contact them, we learn how to rehabilitate them, because before we had very few patients with SMA on a neurological ward, like several people throughout many years on the ward with SMA. And they came to the neurological ward not because they had SMA, but because they had some other comorbidity. That's why they were coming to us, neurology ward. And now it's been 3 years. It is on the 3rd of June that we started treating the first patient. And we are proud that we are coping and that our intrathecal treatment is well managed in SMA patients. After 2-year follow-up, we can say that all these patients, almost all these patients, had improvement on assessment scales. It was a measurable improvement by several points. And there are things that you cannot measure, but the patients were simply telling us that they felt better, that they functioned better, that they were breathing better, sitting better, they felt better. It was easier for them, for example, to come to our facility. So we have like we have a few patients who are traveling 150-kilometer distances to get to us. So it's a challenge for the family. Now that we have load therapy, low dose therapy, it's enough to come to us like 3 times a year. And we've learned the program for treating SMA. And these patients, even if they come to us before noon, they can come back in the evening. And if not, they just stay one night in order to come back. So rehabilitation specialists learn to work with them. And there are people from smaller localities, have limited possibilities of traveling. So that's why we teach families and caregivers how to offer therapy, so that the patients can benefit from the drug plus rehabilitation. and often rehab wasn't right. Caregivers, families are learning how to do that, how to rehabilitate those patients.
I kolejna rzecz to jest taka, że w tej całej grupie osób przyjęliśmy również kilka osób.
We also have several people, like 8 people, who have oral therapy, mainly patients admitted from other centers, because of the fact that we weren't able to inject them, or well, they had some problems, and now we've had 8 people in oral therapy. This year we admitted 3 people from Ukraine for oral therapy, because only this therapy was available in Ukraine. Only oral drug was available in Ukraine.
3 lata, a szczególnie ten pierwszy rok w zasadzie nauczył nas bardzo wiele i
taught us a lot. We were able to learn a lot, and we're glad that we were able to help patients.
Że tak powiem, nikt się nie wycofał. Wycofała się jedna
All of the
osoba,
patients stick with us. Only one person withdrew after the first administration of drug.
Pacjenci, którzy mieli PESEL, że tak powiem, polski, a mieszkali na Ukrainie z racji pandemii.
Patients who were living in Ukraine, they couldn't travel, and they also withdrew. And one death was because of pneumonia, and in the other case, we don't know the reason. And now it's the 3rd year that we've been treating patients and collecting experiences. And based on what Madam Professor said, we can say that the first 3 years of intrathecal treatment, that was the period of a success, a period when we started believing that treatment makes sense and that it does provide measurable outcomes. So our patients keep coming back to us. And we are happy about that. Thank you.
Dziękuję, panie doktorze. Pozwolę sobie jeszcze dopytać w
Let me
nawiązaniu do
ask
tego,
one
o
more
czym pan
question
mówił,
regarding
ale
what
także,
you
o czym
talked
też pani
about
profesor
and what Madam Kostera-Pruszczyk talked about when it comes to stop progression of the disease. In the context of our drug program, regardless of the advancement progression of the disease, when you look at the improvement from point of view of the patient and of you as a doctor, does it mean that we have progress in every case?
Tak, no, możemy powiedzieć, że tak.
You can say yes, because even if there are things that you cannot measure, patients themselves say they feel better. We are not able to measure and assess some things, but patients have been saying things are better. So when assessing the patients, and we assess them systematically using different scales, in one group of patients, we didn't have any improvement, and even in some patients there was a worsening of the condition, but that was the period of COVID, and they had no access to proper rehab. But in the next assessment, we were able to observe improvement. So what was transient worsening of the condition, it doesn't change the fact that the outcomes of the assessment on the scales have been improving, and all patients have been saying they feel better. So things are better and patients are satisfied. So they are willing to come back to us and to do the lumbar puncture, which is not always nice and easy. Some patients have a big problem because they have scoliosis with rotation, so lumbar puncture takes time. Sometimes it takes more than a dozen minutes or several dozen minutes. But these patients do not give up. They want to be treated because they see the improvement. Thank you. Doctor, you mentioned about the Ukrainian citizens. And Madam Professor, I'd like to ask you about the possibilities of treatment of our guests from Ukraine in Poland, how they can take advantage of the program. Now that we have Russian aggression, that's 101st day from the 24th of February, which changed the course of our history. Can refugees count on your help in Poland? According to decisions that were taken by the Ministry of Health or the Polish government, citizens of Ukraine who are refugees acquire the same possibilities of treatment as people who have lived in Poland for a long time. There is quite a big group, and Madam President will be able to quote the exact number. There is quite a big group of SMA patients from Ukraine who are continuing oral therapy, but we also qualify these patients as a team, patients who meet criteria of treatment reimbursed by our healthcare system. And we've had at least a dozen such patients over the past few months. So we are taking advantage of all possibilities that our system gives us. Unfortunately, I cannot guarantee ultra-quick access for adult patients, because when it comes to adult SMA patients, there is a queue that we've been trying to cope with by launching new facilities or wards in hospitals for adults that will treat patients 18 who are 18 or more. Dorota, if you could comment on the help for our guests from Ukraine. The First Lady mentioned that in the letter that she sent to you. Yes, right now, more than 30 patients have been using an oral drug. They started the treatment in Ukraine, and also we had patients who weren't treated in Ukraine. And
sprawniejszy proces, tak jak pani profesor zaznaczyła, jest więcej ośrodków dla dzieci, nie ma kolejek,
where there are no queues in the case of pediatric patients, so all pediatric patients are being treated.
Staramy się tutaj i na bieżąco kolejni pacjenci są włączani.
We include new patients in the program.
Często brakuje wyników kopii genu SMN2,
gene test result is not available. We have to do the test, and this takes longer. When it comes to adult patients, we are waiting for new facilities that are being launched. In Silesia, we have 3 new facilities, and they are only starting the treatment. And there's going to be a facility in Gdańsk, and we are hoping there's going to be one more in the east of Poland, and yes, in Świętokrzyskie Województwo. And the new facilities will be implemented, facilities for adult patients with SMA. Because remember that our children are growing, and soon they will be adults. So we want to have as many such facilities in Poland as possible. Thank you. Before moving on to the next point, pharmacoeconomic dimension, I'd like to ask Dr. Agnieszka Stępień about being a member of this big family, SMA community. Professor Krawczyk said that. But also we've heard from the doctor how important role physical therapists play. Today we are summing up 3 years of drug program, but when the drug was not in place, there was a diagnosis, fantastic expert doctors, and you. Yes, that was the case indeed. And I support what the previous speakers said. To me, it's a revolution. Indeed, as physical therapists, we learn how to work with SMA patients. And we've been learning it ever since the program has been launched. Can I use my presentation, or shall I talk off the top of my head?
Za chwileczkę mam nadzieję, że będzie, bo myślę, że trzeba spojrzeć na to, co robią fizjoterapeuci.
I think you have to look at what the therapists have been doing on multiple dimensions. Before, there was no treatment, but several years ago, treatment was implemented, and patients, children, received this opportunity when they were several years old. So you may say the disease has took some toll, has taken some toll, and now the situation is that we have a lot of small children in therapy who could receive treatment right after they were born. And in general, now we have very early diagnosis, and soon we will be working with children who are diagnosed very early. And we have the possibility of offering therapy from the very beginning. So generally speaking, I would like to talk about the children who were offered the possibility of treatment right after diagnosis. All those children develop very intensively, and day in, day out, they keep surprising us. The treatment brings wonderful outcomes. And today's lecture, those several sentences, I would like to talk about certain imperfections that we see in the case of children who had the possibility of receiving treatment after birth. So we know that in the past, what happened in SMA is reduced strength, muscular strength, a reduced range of motion. That's why we took some interest in children who are less than 3.5 years old. So they were born right after the treatment was introduced in Poland. And all those children that I am going to talk about, and there were 55 children, had a motor improvement. They've been making big progress. But we decided to look at these children, what sort of children they are, what sort of how they function, and the fact that they are lying patients, it doesn't mean that something's wrong. They may be 8 or 7 months, so they are not sitting yet. So in this group we have 33% non-sitters, 62% sitters, 5% walkers, and considering the fact that the healthy child should start walking until 18th month of life, we see that 93% of children who should be walking are still not walking. So they are walking at a table, they are using furniture to stand up. And the question is why? Whether physical therapists will do their best to make sure these children start walking. But minor dysfunctions in the body are decisive for the ability of walking. So we wanted them to stand up, and we are looking for reasons why they cannot walk.
And with the group of 55 children, 20% had the diagnosed scoliosis. And this is certainly less pervasive than it used to be, but it is important to watch from early on and to eliminate any asymmetries in the children's bodies.
I to jest bardzo istotne, dlatego że scolioza wpływa na wiele czynności w naszym życiu, wiele funkcji w życiu, czyli może wpłynąć na to, że mamy nierówne zakresy ruchu, na przykład w stawie biodrowym czy w stawie ramiennym. Wpływa także na siłę mięśni. Jeżeli mamy asymetrycznie ustawione ciało, to mięśnie po jednej stronie ciała pracują inaczej niż po drugiej stronie ciała. W związku z tym bardzo istotne jest, żeby od początku zapobiegać
Therefore, it is important to prevent any asymmetries from early on.
Jeżeli popatrzymy sobie na badania działanie w obrębie różnych części ciała. To proszę zobaczyć, że u 30% dzieci mamy ograniczenie ruchu w odcinku szyjnym. To znaczy, że już malutkie dzieci, coś takiego jak fizjoprofilaktyka w fizjoterapii, powinny mieć podejmowane interwencje w obrębie odcinka szyjnego, żeby nie dopuścić do ograniczeń. Teraz około 20% section of the spine to prevent such limited range of motion.
And the same is for shoulders, because later on it will affect child's ability to raise his or her hands.
To, co jest bardzo u większości dzieci widoczne, dzieci, które zaczynają siadać, ponad 60% dzieci
children who start to sit, many of them have oblique pelvis, and they place the burden on one
naszą rolą jest edukacja rodziców, żeby dobrać odpowiednie siedziska, żeby te dzieci rzeczywiście przebywały w dobrej pozycji.
So this is the role of parents and educators to make sure that children take right position. And this is what we need to do during the therapy.
I to, co jest rzeczywiście bardzo w tej chwili istotne u większości dzieci,
and what is important for the majority of children is to take care about hip joints. Parents are always anxious about the X-rays, and they actually check what happens with the hip joints, because there are a lot of young children that want to stand up and walk, but the hip joints are not properly formed, and that often implies limited range of motion. It can be often corrected, but it is also important that we should start the preventive therapy with the infants. So if we have infants that start walking, but we have some subluxation of the hip, then perhaps the medicine will intervene with a surgical treatment, but as therapists, we need to prepare the children for such surgery, and then we had to get them back on their feet. So there are many challenges out there, and I think that this area will continue to develop and our patients will continue to improve. Let me thank you for your attention, and I would like to thank all the therapists who joined us today and who examine children for 3 days, and I would like to thank our students for volunteering and helping us in the process. Thank you. I also said that we will speak about the pharmacological treatment and new therapies in SMA. So this is when I want to invite Professor Marcinczak, who's not here with us. He's the president of the Polish Pharmaconomic Association, but he has a video recording for us.
Dzień dobry, kłaniam się Państwu bardzo nisko. Na samym początku chciałbym serdecznie przeprosić za moją nieobecność. Wcześniej zostałem zaproszony przez kolegów z Chorwacji i tam jadę na konferencję i potwierdziłem już swój udział. Także bardzo żałuję, że nie mogę być z Państwem. Dziękuję za zaproszenie po raz kolejny. Fundacja stosuje takie zaproszenie dla mnie, także naprawdę jestem bardzo wdzięczny, że mogę nadal w życiu pacjentów uczestniczyć i wspomagać ich starania o lepszą opiekę medyczną. Szanowni Państwo, pytanie, które do mnie skierowano, dotyczy dostępnych terapii. Oczywiście wszyscy zdajemy sobie sprawę, że to leczenie w rdzeniach mięśni powinno być kompleksowe i ta pacjentocentryczność, no tutaj wybrzmiewa nam szczególnie doniośle. Cały system tak naprawdę powinien być skoncentrowany wokół potrzeb pacjenta, od możliwości rozpoznania przez lekarza pierwszego kontaktu, który zauważy, że coś jest nie tak, bądź lekarza pediatry czy neonatologa na samym początku, kiedy wystąpią te objawy. W tej chwili mamy taką sytuację, że coraz bardziej powszechny jest przesiew, w związku z czym w Instytucie Matki Dziecka, w którym pracuję, wyłapujemy coraz więcej pacjentów, którym leczenie, skuteczne leczenie oczywiście reszta tej komplementarnej do farmakoterapii, o której zaraz powiem, komplementarnych działań jest leczenie specjalistyczne wykonywane przez neurologów dziecięcych, ale również przez rehabilitantów, również z pewnym udziałem systemu wsparcia społecznego. Natomiast wracając do samej farmakoterapii, w całym nieszczęściu tej bardzo poważnej i brzemiennej w skutkach choroby, pacjenci chorzy na SMA, można powiedzieć, że mają szczęście, dlatego że niewiele chorób rzadkich ma w tej chwili opcje terapeutyczne, takie, które skutecznie mogłyby wychodzić naprzeciw potrzebom chorych. My na rynku mamy dostępne 3 takie terapie.
We have
I co
3
bardzo ciekawe,
therapies
one
available
kompletnie różnią się
on the
mechanizmami
market,
działania,
and it is interesting to note that they have different mechanisms and different routes of administration. And in terms of reaching the milestones
w pewnych obszarach możemy je porównać.
And efficacy, we may compare the therapies in certain areas and they look similar, but then in the other areas we recognize differences. Now, from the perspective of the decision makers or the former decision maker who was responsible for the reimbursement list,
na takie leki spoglądamy całościowo i również w kontekście zaspokojenia potrzeb zdrowotnych. A co mamy jak gdyby w portfolio, co mamy dostępne? Mamy lek podawany dordzeniowo, który znamy który objęty
injected intrathecally, and this is nesinersen, and this is
jest to druga decyzja w tej chwili
it is on the reimbursement list, and I think that there was the second renewal decision issued, so patients have been able to benefit from this therapy for several years now, and we have accumulated more and more clinical experience in Poland. Basically, there are no barriers. The drug is free of charge. It is administered in the hospital into the spinal cord, and this is like a golden standard accepted globally. The first drug that is effectively preventing the progress of SMA, and therefore it enables children or young children, infants, to grow and develop normally, and this is where we have the most spectacular outcomes. So we do have more and more experience with that. In our databases, we have more data accumulated. We have the Polish register that is maintained by one of the professors. And the register includes a lot of data on the patients. And right now, we are gathering legal work evidence. So this is data from the daily clinical practice, and we will certainly be much more we will have much more knowledge and information, but it appears at this point that this is a therapy with great efficacy that is able to ensure the proper development and growth of affected children. And infants that get into the therapy early on are able to attain all the development milestones. Sometimes we see that the drug works even better than in the clinical trials, and this is truly promising and makes us optimistic. The next drug that is currently in the decision-making process is the gene therapy.
przeszła już ten cały proces
the gene therapy has already been through the entire reimbursement process
mechanizm funduszu medycznego,
and the whole mechanism of the medical fund. So this is the special legal regulation that the president suggested, where we would have an additional pool of money dedicated to the treatment of rare diseases and oncological diseases. This is a somewhat different pathway. It is somewhat faster. It goes through the Health Technology Assessment Agency, and then we also have the patient's ombudsman involved, and no one had doubts that Zolgensma, and this is the trade name, international name, but as a matter of fact, this is the gene therapy. We have a lot of we don't have many gene therapies available in Poland. Approximately there are 400 gene therapies that are in the final phases of development. So over time, there would be many more gene therapies available for patients. But for the time being, this is the only gene therapy available for SMA treatment. Unfortunately, there was one negative reimbursement decision issued, but to our knowledge, the manufacturer has reapplied for a slightly narrower population of patients, and so the dossier has been filed, and we are waiting for the negotiations, and we do hope that there would be a lot of flexibility on both sides of the table, so that the gene therapy becomes broadly available for Polish patients. Today, it's available only under the option of the charity fundraisers, which has its pros and cons, so to speak. So the gene therapy is sort of still pending and waiting for the final resolution. And please be mindful here that the public decision maker has a lot of challenges to consider for such therapies, because here we actually depart from the paradigm of the chronic disease treatment. With nusinersen, this is a typical model of the chronic disease treatment. But in the case of the Zolgensma, so gene therapy, we have a situation where the drug is administered once and the patient is treated, which means that you don't need to continue the therapy, because the genome of the patient is modified to bridge the gap, the protein gap. But the payment
takim rozumieniu wprost, bez zastosowania bardziej złożonych mechanizmów, powinna być zrealizowana na samym początku.
Should be made upfront, and the price of such a therapy is very, very high. So, since I am responsible, since I'm the president of the Polish Pharmacoeconomic Association, in case of this therapy, we have a huge improvement in terms of the quality of life, but we also have very, very high cost up front. Unless we apply more advanced methods, when we have the risk-sharing mechanism or payment in installments. The decision makers are concerned about mid-term and long-term efficacy. This has not been proven because the therapy has been in use for a fairly short time. Basically, we just have clinical trials. But that would be an interesting and needed therapeutical options for our patients. In addition to these two drugs, we have another drug that is administered orally, which is simply convenient drug to use, since it's taken orally. The route of administration is simple and convenient, and this drug is also under the price negotiations for reimbursement, and the target population has to be properly identified. As of today, our knowledge is such that the therapies should be used interchangeably, so they should should not be used in conjunction. And there is also a suspicion that at some point it can harm the patient. But actually we continued the studies, we have discussions with pediatric neurologists, so this is still an open question. But from the system point of view, the financing of the system, especially very expensive treatments, actually calls for caution in terms of duplicating the therapies. So this is the third therapy, and in the perfect world, the best approach is that the clinician, together with the patient, decide on the most suitable therapy for the patient. Look, I understand that my time slot is fairly short, so I am coming to the end. But nevertheless, I would like to mention another important developments in pharmacological therapy. I'm speaking about inhibitors, new statins inhibitors. So this is the substance that actually interferes with the development of the muscles. When we inhibit this substance, we can actually enable the muscles to compensate the developmental distortion caused by the disease. So we have some studies that are going on, the clinical trials are going on. So this substance is under the scrutiny right now. Another preparation is API Tegrama, and this is the third phase of clinical trials. So these preparations should be used to improve the strength of muscles in SMA-2 and SMA-3, and this is really the support product that would support the first three drugs that I have discussed. So this is all that I wanted to share with you. Once again, thank you for inviting me, and my apologies for not being able to attend. I wish you very fruitful debate and a good integration of your community and success in your efforts to ensure the broadest possible therapy options for SMA patients. Thank you. Thank you. That was Professor Marcin Czech. But let me remind you that we have online with us Professor Brodzińska, who's in charge of the Polish Association of Pediatric Neurologists, and she's also working for the Clinical Center at Gdańsk. Professor, thank you for being with us. We understand that you were joining us late because you attended another conference. But I would like to ask you to follow up on this theme of the new developments in science. And fortunately, the medicine is moving forward. Professor Czech has already started this discussion, but I want to tap into your huge experience and let me ask this question. What are your thoughts on the last 3 years of the program? Professor, we cannot hear you. Please unmute your mic. Yes, now we can hear you. Well, thank you, and apologies for a slight delay.
No, to nie jest nic nadzwyczajnego, żeby powiedzieć, że jesteśmy wszyscy przeszczęśliwi, że 3 lata programu.
I think that it's no news when I say that we are so happy to have 3 years of the drug program, plus screening, plus new centers being opened up. I think that everyone is surprised that it goes so well. And we are a leading country in Europe in this regard. So this is excellent news for the patient. But after 3 years of the drug program, we may say that it works miracles. But I would like to have more, and hopefully in 1 year we will get more, because we don't have all 3 therapies approved. We do have some hope that it will happen. I know that Professor Czech said that generic therapy is available under charitable fundraisers. There are some benefits, upsides and downsides of the fundraisers. Well, I don't know that many upsides of these fundraisers for gene therapies, but fortunately we do have the program in place, and we do not need to organize all the time the fundraisers, because our patients are given very good treatment. But in addition to the joy that we want to share with you, we want to make it very clear that that the whole program for the rare disease treatment should work as efficiently as the drug program. I think that there is some more money that should be available for it, and now we are successful, but we are hungry for more. And I think that this is true about the development.
Professor, thank you very much. Since medicine keeps developing, let's have more, we are hungry for more, and science is following that. So what's ahead of us? What are the most recent findings? Well, very briefly, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to talk about totally new therapies. Professor Czech started talking about it. We have new drugs such as nusinersen, risdiplam soon, and the third one as well, new clinical studies aimed at improving the functioning of patients, but impacting other endpoints, that SMN protein. We have Manati study by Roche, which assesses the efficacy and safety of RO87239. It is an myostatin antibody, just like Professor Czech mentioned. Its endpoint is myostatin, and suppressing myostatin can help muscles develop and grow in strength. So in combination with risdiplam, it can improve motoric functions. Clinical study covers children aged 2 to 10 and are walkers. And the second study, not yet available in Poland, it already enrolls in the US. Brazilian study assesses efficacy of alpha with patients with SMA. This is also a myostatin blocker, a direct blocker, and there are no limitations here when it comes to treatment related with SMN. It seems that this blocker has a potential to improve motor functions in SMA patients. And Scholar Rock Sapphire study, which defines efficacy of apitegromab with type 2 and 3 SMA patients treated with nusinersen and risdiplam. Apitegromab is monoclonal antibody, and it's ID4 lambda. It connects with human myostatin. It's administered once in 4 weeks, and the study will be in Poland as well. Look at myostatin inhibitors. There are quite a lot of them in the studies, and not all of them will be aimed at SMA patients, but on the left-hand side you have companies that have myostatin inhibitors as endpoints. So Scholar-Rock, Grumab, Novartis, we'll see. And these are the clinical studies that test myostatin Myostatin inhibitors, phase 2, phase 1 study, phase 3 study, bimagrumab, which is used in myocytes, but also Scholar-Rock study mentioned here. It's used in Duchenne's muscle dystrophy. So things are happening with myostatin. It's a big topic. And this was confirmed in the recent Neurology Academy in the US. So the first outcomes were presented concerning apitegromab, which in a cohort of patients who were non-walkers, type 2, type 3, aged 521, 14 patients receiving 20 milligrams per kilogram of apitegromab. In 64% of those patients, we had more than 1 point improvement. In 29%, more than 3 points improvement Hammersmith scale compared to baseline. In both non-walkers cohorts, also the improvement was in Rule scale. So it would seem the authors say that apitegromab is the first direct drug that has impact on muscles that requires our attention and more studies in order to confirm all those good outcomes. And this is quite a recent study published in a Journal of Pediatrics, showing how Americans love diagrams. They are showing this to guide us. What treatment should be started for which patient? And here we have all 3 therapies, like I said, but the authors have pointed out that for sure support therapies, adjuvant therapies should be used in SMA patients as well. So the future starts now. Actually, the future started 3 years ago. Thank you for your attention.
Thank
you, Professor. And now, Kacper Ruciński, a question to you about the quality of life of patients with SMA. Professor said that the future has already started 3 years ago and still ongoing. We're going forward and it's changing. We hope for a better quality of life of SMA patients. Kacper, what's your take on this? And also, I'd like to ask you about SMA Europe questionnaire. The future started 3 years ago. Well, I'd say it started even earlier. It started when the first drugs were included in studies. It was back in 2013 when the first enrolled patient was given those medications. And ever since then, the quality of life has changed. The course of the disease was reversed. Untreated SMA is a progressing disease where the condition of a person is worsening. It simply goes down and it's lethal. But when we apply causal treatment, the curve reverses. The patient becomes stronger. So quality of life, it's best to ask the question about the quality of life. Our patients, my daughter has SMA, I am healthy, so I can say based on those questionnaires that the quality of life has changed very much. We can see, well, the questionnaire hasn't been published yet, the outcomes haven't been published yet, well, but we can see that people have said that they were satisfied with the treatment, especially people who remember those times when there were no drugs. So
Przede wszystkim bardzo duża zmiana jest psychiczna.
There is a big mental change in patients who receive medications.
Człowiek teraz może planować
Because now
życie, może
they can plan their
o
life,
przyszłości,
they can think about the future, they can develop, they don't have to wait for death, for being weak, for losing the function, but when they have new functions, they wait for better, for improvement.
Zupełnie inaczej patrzy na życie. Nie jest już
they look at life differently.
Co do, może parę słów co do ankiety.
Now, when it comes to questionnaire,
może ankieta to złe słowo.
Questionnaire is the wrong word. It's actually a survey, a sociological survey that we carry out at SMA Europe once in a few years. We had the third edition.
Jest to seria pytań, które zadajemy na całym kontynencie chorom.
We have a range of questions that we ask to a whole range of patients, and questions concern the expectations concerning treatment and concerning the course of the disease. What's the most important to SMA patients and their parents? And the first study that was carried out, and it was somewhere around 2017, correct me if I'm wrong, or 16. It was published in 17.
Okazało się, że dla pacjentów bardzo ważne zatrzymanie postępu choroby.
Stopping the progression of the disease is very important to patients. More than 90% said that it's important for them, for the disease not to progress. So we want to see whether something's changing, whether the fact that people are treated changes their expectations and their perspective. And we see that stopping the progression of the disease is very important for the patients. But it's not at the very top anymore. Now, at least in Europe, we treat it as something that's already there. It's doable. Stopping the progression is doable. So people want more. They want their condition to be improved. They want to have the possibility of treatment to function in the society. They want to be able to focus on the quality of life rather than pharmacotherapy. And you can see that. You will see the outcomes. They are in the pipeline. They will be published in a scientific journal, so I can't talk about them before they are published. But really you can see the evolution, how the implementation of treatment, of therapy, impacts the quality of life and the expectations. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our time is up, but the organizers told me that we can chat a bit longer. The third point in the title involves challenges. So, on a final note, I'd like to ask you about your challenges. What are your challenges? What are the biggest challenges? And what should improve? What should we focus on to make sure the quality of life is as good as possible? But also I'm thinking about specialists on this podium who are helping patients. What to do to make sure that you have even more satisfaction. Professor Monika Kos, I'd like to start with you. Madam Professor, referring to the speed, how quickly everything's going on in your lab, we would like the remaining parts of the system to work equally well. How do you do that? Well, in medicine, I know it's not always possible. How do we do that? Well, most of all, it's about the engagement of the whole team. My colleagues from the lab, our employees are really fantastic. When there's a need, they work weekends to complete diagnostics of SMA, and we would like to accelerate this process even more. We are looking for alternative methods for DNA isolation to be even faster, to deliver the results even faster, but we have some limitations. patients, we need 48 hours for the analysis and for the verification, so we will not be able to overcome that. But the Italians have their method, and maybe we will draw on that to accelerate the process. I'm thinking about a group of patients who have 4 or 5 copies of SMN2, and from genetic perspective, and I don't know whether it's feasible, maybe it's just my thought, which is more of a scientific thought rather than diagnostic. Maybe we could look for some markers that could define when those patients with 4 or 5 copies could have clinical symptoms. But it's a food for thought and for collaboration with our fantastic clinicians. Thank you, Professor. When it comes to the challenges from point of view of physical therapy and rehabilitation, we've said that today. I think we want to have even bigger availability, no queues, and when it comes to small centers, cooperation with patients and families to make sure that some can be dealt with independently, individually. Yes. I mentioned a lot of challenges, but I think making it popular, that's one thing. The foundation is training physical therapists. They are doing a great job. So they do have the background. The patients have a good background in Poland. So congratulations, Madam President. And also, I think adult patients are challenged because they are treated, but I don't think the system is well organized for adults. And I would like to support adults or teenagers. In this group of children who are treated, we have a problem with joints. I think it's a big challenge for hip joints, for example, for these children to be walking and function well. And also early impact on children who are treated from the very beginning, very big impact of screening. Do we have Dr. Nowak online with us? I can't see the doctor, and I wanted to ask you. Sure, I am. Great. I can't see you, doctor, but I can see you. Doctor, so what do you think? What are the challenges?
Jeszcze chciałem zwrócić uwagę na jedną sprawę, aspekt żywieniowy u tych pacjentów. Jako że część tych osób ma istotny niedobór wagi ciała, mówię o osobach młodych.
A lot of those patients, sorry, we can't hear him properly.
Na to trzeba zwrócić poza rehabilitacją też szczególną uwagę, na takie zalecenia dietetyczne dla nich, na dobór ich posiłków.
Sorry, we can't hear the sound properly.
Są przed nami. Do tej pory.
So this is the future.
My też aż tak bardzo nie zwracaliśmy na to uwagi w ostatnim roku, jednak patrzymy na to,
we have not really paid attention to that, but recently we focused on that. So what patients and what families and caregivers may do at home with the patient. Well, thank you. Professor Mazurkiewicz, are you still with us? Yes. Professor, the doctor has just added the nutrition. So we are actually moving towards a more comprehensive care. This is what you see. Yes, but we have been talking about the comprehensive care for a long time, the interdisciplinary approach, etc. I think that this is really very, very important, so that the GP can also see our support, support from the specialized centers for SMA, because at the end of the day, it's the GPs who have daily contact with the patient. So on the unfortunately, we have some communication going on.
leczenie jest po prostu dla nich jest ograniczone. I ja życzę nam wszystkim, a Państwu w szczególności, a przede wszystkim pacjentom, którym wykryje Pani Profesor Goss z zespołem, żeby mieli dostępne wszystkie terapie, bo to jest najbardziej
available, because this is the most urgent problem as of today. Thank you. Kacper, I can tell that you're ready. Well, I'm not sure if I'm ready, but we need to be ready for new things coming up in SMA treatment options. So comprehensive care, it seems that we need to be more forward-thinking. Right now, we were talking about adult patients and how they should be included in the treatment, and we were talking about the waiting lines and the new centers being set up, but let me say that we do hope that we have verbal therapy being, let's hope, approved. We have the prospects for the gene therapy, so one-off treatment, and now patients will vary. Some of them will be symptom-free, others will have some symptoms. So how are we going to monitor patients that will not report to the hospital every 3 or 4 months? Professor, you mentioned GP role and also the specialist role, so how to build the model? And let's say that the patients will qualify for the gene therapy and we have no possibility to monitor them. Let's say that READY plan will be available in the verbal form in 1 or 2 years, and the patients will get the drug from the pharmacy, what will encourage them to come back to the hospital on a regular basis. So it's only when they suffer the deterioration. No, we need to be forward-thinking and we need to build the model. So we have to be thinking about it. We need to come up with the model, like the national framework or the plan for rare diseases that will give us an option to go ahead with such programs. And Professor, what is your dream? I fully support what has been said right here. Let me just offer one more thing here. You know, we need to remember that there are 2 children per year that will be missed in the screening because of some specific genetic setup. And the pediatricians and neonatologists have to be really, really vigilant about it, so that they recognize that, diagnose that, and they actually refer the children on the fast-track therapy for treatment. We definitely need more centers that would offer the therapy. We need to have more therapists approved, and we need to have multidisciplinary care approved as a standard. And one more thing, as Kacper said, we need to become familiar with the new SMA phenotype, because children that started treatment at the time when the symptoms were not that obvious, well, we know that their disease is somewhat different and they may have different needs for treatment. But what would be this kind of need, it's still not quite well known. Hence, we need to monitor that. And I do hope that the plan for rare diseases will become operational, because without the system changes, even with great people on board, we cannot do that much. And congratulations to the foundation. And the very fact that all of us are here where we are with the possibility to treat SMA patients in Poland, it is possible because, as you know, we've been actually joining efforts and working together to make sure that we stay on the right track. Thank you, Dorota. Dorota, you need to close.
Ja przepraszam, jeszcze powiem, bo rozległy się te brawa. Słuchajcie Państwo, to są, tak jak pani profesor powiedziała, my ciągniemy ten wóz w tym samym kierunku. Fajnie, super, że jesteśmy razem, bo razem możemy więcej, ale te brawa w zasadzie
pulling forward in the same
państwa,
direction,
przede wszystkim.
As a matter of fact, this applause is also for you.
Liderzy fundacji pomagają.
Experts and the leaders of the foundation
bardzo się cieszę, że mogę być z wami i się
and the media are doing what they may, so I'm really happy that I can be with you and I can be engaged in that for years. But this is mostly about you. And we want to be with you and we want to support you with the challenges that you are facing.
Ja jeszcze dodam, że jako prezes fundacji
Let me add that as the president of SMA Foundation and the mother of SMA child, I've been dreaming about things for years and I will keep dreaming. So let the dreams come true.
Jest z nami Leoś. Chcielibyśmy podziękować wszystkim naszym gościom.
We want to thank all
i zaprosić Państwa na wspólną
speakers, and now we have
taka tradycja,
family photo. This is another.
Zapraszamy wszystkich na zewnątrz.
This is another tradition that we have.
Po wspólnej fotografii zapraszamy
tutaj
na salę na kolejne wykłady. Będzie z nami pani Ani Kordali,
after that we will get back to our room. Anna Kordala will not be with us, but Kacper will start the second session right after our shared picture. So now let's come up to Leoś.
Jeszcze jeden komunikat. Osoby, które wyjeżdżają
and one more thing. People who are leaving today, who cannot stay overnight, please check out because you have to actually check out by 12. So let me just say that I thank you and I'm sending kind regards from Gdańsk. I won't be in your family picture in my body, but my spirit will be there. So thank you and all the best. Thank you and we want to thank the professor and Dr. Novak, who's also with us in spirit.
Może coś tutaj...
Tak jest. Dokleimy to. Pozdrawiamy serdecznie Gdańsk i Kraków. Wszystkiego dobrego.
So kind regards to Gdańsk and Kraków.
Dzień dobry. Serdecznie witam na kolejnym panelu.
Welcome to our next panel,
SMA Weekend ze smakiem.
SMA Weekend.
Pierwsze absolutnie ogłoszenie, niestety nie konferencyjne, tylko wręcz przeciwnie. Mam nadzieję, że jak najmniej.
Will be the following.
Mianowicie osoby, które dzisiaj wyjeżdżają.
People who are leaving today. Well, to those of you who are leaving today, let me remind you that you need to check out from your room till 12. So it's right about now. So if you've missed it, please check out now. Sorry, you can't hear the comments without the mic.
Myślę, że tak, ale
the answer is yes. Whatever the question
ręki
was.
nie dam sobie uciąć, bo tutaj nie zajmowałem się bezpośrednio.
But I'm not sure.
Dobrze. Więc przechodzimy tutaj do merytorycznej części.
And moving on.
Kolejne ogłoszenie, znowu nie najszczęśliwsze i najweselsze, mianowicie pierwszy
the next announcement is the following. The first lecture coming back to the roots, genetics in SMA by Anna Cordala. This lecture will not take place.
Że pani Cordala nie mogła przyjechać.
Madame Cordala
nie może być
couldn't be with us, couldn't come. I'm really sorry because I remember her from a year ago and several years ago. And her lectures are always very useful. And they are very accessible, very understandable. But let's move on to the next part of the program, and I'm sure it will be equally interesting. The topic is very up to date. Reform of medical health care with regard to rare diseases, a new dimension in neurology. Małgorzata Gałązka-Sobotka, who is a Dean of Postgraduate Studies, Director of the Institute of Management in Healthcare, Director of Value-Based Care at Łazarski University. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, those of you here as well as remotely, because I was informed that we have some remote guests as well. So it's a great pleasure and honor for me to be able to meet you today. This is the first time I'm participating in SMA Foundation. It's a great pleasure, but also some stress. I've been watching what the foundation has been doing for years, how involved you all are, working to improve healthcare, support each other in care over patients, your relatives. So my today's lecture is aimed at showing you that what's happening directly around you. So improvement of care for SMA patients is part of bigger changes of healthcare. Reforms and changes. Maybe I won't be providing you with very concrete information, but I think your know-how about what's happening in healthcare, where the system is going, where the reforms are going, and what's happening with SMA has to follow those changes in healthcare, or the other way around. Changes in healthcare will hopefully support your area of interest. So the problems that you face every day. Hopefully, this is going to be the case. So today, I am going to show you some reforms and changes in healthcare. So I'll present the strategy, the general strategy in healthcare. I'll go through strategy for Polish neurology, showing you what's planned for rare diseases, and I'll show you what connects all those directions of changes, and what is worth focusing on, and what I specialize in, because I'm an expert that has been dealing with developing new effective organizational solutions for healthcare. So what I recommend to the SMA community and stakeholders that work with the foundations, what should you focus on in order to implement the guidelines for rare diseases? Ladies and gentlemen, let me start with the strategic document that deletes changes in healthcare, that defines changes for the next years. The document is called Healthy Future. They are strategic frameworks where the Ministry of Health defines the areas of changes and interventions with a time horizon of 2021, 2027, up until 2030. And this will form a basis for allocation of funds in healthcare. National funds dispersed by the National Healthcare System and the Ministry of Health, but also funds stemming from the National Recovery Plan or EU funds that will soon be implemented. So in this document, Healthy Future, the Minister of Health announces that the mission of the future system is to ensure equal access to high-quality healthcare services through friendly, modern, and efficient healthcare systems. So equal access, equal for everyone, regardless whether it's a patient suffering from cancer, diabetes, asthma, cardiovascular diseases, through to patients with rare diseases or ultra-rare diseases. So equal means that everybody has the right to have access to high healthcare quality. So longer life and improved health quality, of course. The measures will focus on three areas: patient, processes, development, and finances. When it comes to patient, and it's been pointed out that the system should be patient-centric. So reforms should revolve around patients' needs. So elements that define and specify expectations of Polish patients are focused on. So availability, accessibility and accessibility of good healthcare system that is patient-friendly, prevention, prophylactics, both primary prevention, where applicable, as well as secondary prevention of second and third phase in order to avoid complications. So when we cannot counteract the underlying disease, if it's already in place, we need to make sure there are no complications. Equal access, safe, efficacious healthcare. These are very important things mentioned in the document. And something that hasn't been mentioned in strategic documents, patient satisfaction, improving the qualities of patients, a very important element we will keep coming back to. So efficient health promotion, these are the important things. So processes, how can we make sure that we as patients can enjoy those announcements defined in the area patients? Well, only when we change the organization of healthcare in Poland, only when it's transparent, when it's based on evidence-based medicine, when they are based on current medical knowledge, when they are focused not only on the clinical process, but on the healthcare service. Some say in healthcare we shouldn't use the word client, but I'm not one of those people. I want someone to treat me as a client, to take care of me, what information I'm provided with, take care of culture of service,
poziom również stresu, z którym
also take care of my stress level that I come in with, and to be really sensitive to those elements. It has to be coordinated care. These have to be processes and systems that make sure that healthcare providers talk to each other. Today, primary healthcare providers do not talk to specialists and the other way around. Specialists from local hospitals do not talk to competence centers. So there are big walls dividing our doctors and professionals. Time to end that. So it's not about us joining their communication. We should be outside this communication. They should develop solutions to make sure they share information to optimize the treatment plan. And who is the liaison today? Patients. Patients come in and say, well, Dr. X said this and that. No, we don't have competences to provide and other doctors with comprehensive information. And something that is of interest to you, integration of healthcare service and social service, unless there is synergy. Unless we find a way out to integrate healthcare, patient satisfaction and the experiences will not keep improving. Without that, we are not able to accomplish the expected results, development. We will not have improved patient satisfaction through improved medical diagnostic therapeutic processes unless we focus on further development of staff, not only medical staff, but also staff of healthcare sectors, also support workers, so assistants. We won't be, unless we delegate more rights to nurses, unless we implement additional professions to support the doctors in order to make sure they don't have to deal with so much red tape. We need to invest in infrastructure, modern technologies, drug-related and non-drug-related. We have to invest in modern diagnostics. In the case of neurological diseases, access to genetic diagnostics plays a huge role. Without these investments, we won't be able to accomplish the expected outcomes. A very important tool that can improve the comfort of work of doctors as well as our safety is access to modern health solutions. Today, thanks to monitoring systems, we are able to reduce the pressure on doctors. Paradoxically, in slide 1, I said we should improve availability. A lot of people think that availability means going to a doctor more often. But honestly, I think that the measure of success in the reform of healthcare service is that we won't have to go to hospital as often. Healthcare will improve when it comes to its efficacy and safety. The number of appointments does not mean that the process will be efficacious. So we should organize healthcare in such a way that direct contact with our healthcare center is limited to a minimum, whatever is necessary. But it's not to say that we are left without supervision and consultation, without certainty that our doctor has full know-how about how to modify the healthcare plan and treatment plan. So digital solutions are absolutely important. And finally, last but not least, we should also mention the money, because nothing will happen without funds. I think everybody understands that we need to have money secured for this purpose. And you know very well that the plan for rare diseases was developed for more than 10 years. So it was really very difficult. because there was no political decision about concrete funds for this plan. So without money, we will not implement any ambitious task. It's really hard looking at today's inflation. So we need to secure funds. We need to increase the funds. And the law says that the public expenses in public healthcare have to grow. Plus, we have funds from medical fund, from recovery fund, as well as from EU funds. So this is the first time that we've had less problems with funds in healthcare. The economic crisis that we are facing, this high inflation pressure with regard to inflation, results in the fact that we will have even more funds. We've already revised the financial plan by 9 billion, and we are in for another modification. So the value of healthcare premium that we are paying, or our employees are paying, the value will systematically grow.
But we need to spend the money reasonably. We should not repeat the mistakes that we've already done before when the allocation was inefficient. We need to opt for smart programs and effective technologies that generate high value and added value. Let's not save on things that come with a high value, because if we refrain from investing in health, we accrue higher costs later on. Therefore, this is the moment when we have to show that we are money smart. When we are reading the document, we need to look at it within the broader framework of the European health policy, and we need to refer to other documents that refer to neurology and rare diseases, and this is the strategy for Polish neurology 2030. We made an input to this strategy, and very soon the strategy will be adopted by the Council of Ministers. We really want to make sure that the strategy has the equal weight and the equal legal footing as the program. So it should be formally approved by the government. So the program, the plan for neurology and the strategy really go hand in hand. They address all the relevant programs that we are facing in the Polish neurology. So what is the essence of the strategy? Well, it's about improving the safety of neurological patients and how we are going to measure that. Well, better outcomes, better patient experience, and better efficacy. But what else must be there? Well, whenever we take patient-centric measures and actions, we have to improve the situation for health professionals. We need doctors and nurses and therapists. So we need to care about medical professionals, because if we forget about them and they don't have sufficient work comfort, the strategy will not be effective. Strategy for neurology highlights investments that would generate improvements of healthcare. And we should have competence centers, just as for rare diseases. We have expert centers, excellence centers for SMA, for MS, for Parkinson. We invest in human resources and professionals, in modern technologies, in quality of life. Again, quality of life. So the plan for rare diseases really corresponds to what is happening in neurology. We also mentioned centers of excellence, improve diagnostics and access to modern treatment. And we also say that we need to manage based on the data. We need to have data to be able to modify our actions and intervene effectively. We need to come up with a special status for the patients that are in the unique situation, and they should be given some privilege in the system. And we need to develop tools IT tools that would improve communication between those who are part of the process. So what is the common denominator for all these documents? Polish health policy, policy for neurology, and the plan for rare diseases. So, in my opinion, all these documents and all these areas have the common denominator, which is the shared value system that we want to anchor in the healthcare system. Namely, and we should follow the evidence-based medicine. We want to have access to technology and to services that are in line with the most recent developments in medicine. We want to have access to the same new technologies and new services that Western Europe is able to access. We want to improve coordination and coordination of resources, human resources, financial resources, and all other. And also our commitment is a resource that is badly needed. So we need to optimize resources, and we have to do everything that is needed to accomplish that. That will contribute to health outcomes. And the system to be also friendly for healthcare professionals. Myself, I want to focus on a comprehensive approach. I would like to suggest that the foundation may look at it, how to realistically improve coordination. This is an attribute in the health system that deserves our attention. If we really work on it, we can see tangible improvements very quickly. Today, SMA patients have access to innovative therapies, but it doesn't take care of all the problems. Today, we need to make one step forward. We have to improve comprehensive care and coordination. According to the WHO, coordinated care means that we have a range of services related to diagnosis and treatment and the whole management process. So what is the most important thing when the care is comprehensive, when we add on various elements? If we know that nurses do not talk to physicians or physicians do not talk to each other, we have to come up with the tools that will help us better coordinate their work. People who are actually operating within this model of care. National Health Fund defined their approach to comprehensive care back in 2017. And they say that comprehensive care is the care that is patient-focused or patient-centric with a specific goal in mind. And I know that you are well familiar with the concept, but we need a specific entity that would take on the responsibility to coordinate the process. If you want to be a manager, you just don't take a great job description and a better pay and a better office, but first of all, you take on responsibility and accountability. So, comprehensive care means that we need someone to be coordinator who takes on responsibility for everyone else who's involved in the diagnosis and treatment, whether it's outpatient or inpatient, so that we can achieve the best possible outcomes. So we have to improve equality, efficacy, patient experience. We have to improve costs. And we have to rationalize and optimize all the resources that we are using. But we know that we need to focus the care in the coordination centers that will integrate the care from primary care through specialist care and involving all the stakeholders. And what is conducive to good coordination? Financing model. And many of your specialists and physicians that you come across draw your attention to the fact that the models that we have in the system today are not effective. They do not motivate anyone to improve quality. So this is the job for the regulator. This is not the job for us as experts. This is not the job for the patients. This is the job for the regulator. The regulator has to come up with the solutions that will keep everyone motivated within the coordinated care framework. And here we need to have a separate contract that would go out of the current framework, because now the hospital has a limited budget, and if they have a limit that they have to use, they are going to save. And what we want to achieve is to have a separate contract with no limitations to support the effective model. Is it happening in our system? Yes, it is happening for many years. We have the comprehensive care program in diabetes and for HIV, and we have oncology package that has been built based on such a model with the coordinator that is supposed to help organize the work of the specialists. Drug programs alone also have coordination aspect, like we have SMA coordination program. So there are many programs like that. But we have coordinated care for pregnant women, so maternal health, but we have very good program for cardiological patients. So what needs to be done to make sure that we have coordinated programs that meet our needs. So how to go about it? First, you develop the pilot, and so first you come up with the concept, then you implement it as a pilot. Why pilot? Because our experience proves that certain innovations first should be tested on a small sample. One hospital or two hospitals, and then we move on to a higher level and we roll it out. In case of rare diseases, we do not have that many hospitals you can choose from, so we may say that it will include everyone. But why a pilot? Because the law says that unlike the fixed program, the pilot can be easily modified. right. So this is the great advantage of the pilot program. It is modifiable, so you can fine-tune it as you go, while the fixed solution is not that modifiable. Therefore, we definitely suggest pilots. Now, the Minister of Health actually issued the regulation about regulating the health pilot programs. And it provides all the details, who's going to do it and how, what are the key performance indicators, etc., and how to collect data, and how to evaluate the pilot. And you know what is the greatest challenge for the system? Well, we implement the pilots, but then we are afraid to come up with the evaluation. So this is as if you were going to school and they would never run a test on you. The teachers. Why not? Even if it turns out that it was not a success, because the learning process takes two. Someone has to be willing to learn, and someone has to be willing to teach. And then when both sides meet, then you may have a success. In the pilot process, some things may not work out because people were not competent enough, or the mistakes were made along the way. Therefore, it makes sense to monitor pilots. Therefore, it makes sense to correct things as we go, and later on we may improve things, because once we know what needs improvement, we can do it. And once we know how to improve it, at the end of the day, we will come up with a good solution for the system. So the success factors, this is the last slide. So modeling and implementing the patient-centric and which is value-oriented. So first of all, we need to have interdisciplinary care teams. And it's really good that the plan for rare diseases provides for that. And also involvement of the patient organization. The more interdisciplinary the program, the better it is. We need to have a good model for financing, because we know the models that never worked out because they were not properly funded. And if we don't measure, we won't be able to get their outcomes. We need to have the proper team, because you have to meet, you have to share experience, and you have to coordinate changes in the pilot. Now, you have to correct things that need to be corrected, and the processes have to be transparent. This is something that we have a problem with. We don't like to share outcomes. We don't want to talk to other hospitals. We want everyone to be equal, but it's not. And if something goes wrong, then it's the system to be blamed. But sometimes I see data, comparative data, and sometimes differences are huge. So the system is the same, and some people can do it, and some other people cannot. And I'm not, trying to criticize anyone, but if we do not know who actually is who's in need of some support, we are not able to give them support, and we cannot improve the opportunities for equal access to care to everyone who needs to access care. So thank you for your attention. I'm sure that I was not able to address everything. There are many important details, but nevertheless, I am here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Bardzo, bardzo dziękuję za takie klarowne
for your clear
także zwięzłe
presentation, tego, which was also concise, because it's not an easy topic.
Ale jeżeli coś jeszcze było niejasne, dla mnie na przykład parę rzeczy chętnie bym jeszcze bardziej zgłębił, to zapraszam, żeby zadać pytanie.
You are encouraged to ask questions.
proszę się zgłaszać, jeżeli ktoś ma
raise your hand
pytanie,
if you want to ask a question. I'll bring the mic to you.
Nie ma pytań z sali, ale ja
no
sobie pozwolę zadać.
But I'll ask one anyway.
Takie mam. Dziękuję bardzo. Takie mam pytania.
I have two questions actually.
Takiej strony konkretnej, bardziej może wykonawczej właśnie
concerning
tego
the executive side of the document.
Po pierwsze, czy taka strategia, która tutaj jest przedstawiana, ona zawiera jakiś zarys takiego mechaniki takiej wdrożeniowej?
Does it contain any implementation guidelines?
Chociaż mi chodzi o taki szkic.
Guidelines concerning implementing provisions, or are these just postulates that different bodies have to deal with? Starting with the plan for rare diseases, in my opinion, it's a document of a very good quality, because the plan for rare diseases does not only set the goal, endpoint, but also measures leading to that goal. So we say whether this measure will require a change in the law. If yes, which law? For example, it points out to facilities, entities that need to be involved in work on that change, as well as it points out to project manager, leader of the change. So when it comes to the plan for rare diseases, we have a very precise operating plan, because I guess this is what you're asking about. So it's not just general terms, but a concrete thing. So the timeline, it talks about the timeline. For example, the first quarter of 2023. Or the sequence of tasks. Some tasks have to be arranged in sequence. So this is the case. And also strategy for neurological diseases in general will be developed like that. The assumptions that were developed are very detailed, but they will be even more detailed, just as was the case with rare diseases. So I hope that due to the fact that it was described so precisely, it will mobilize the teams at the ministry to manage the document and to implement it. But hopefully the Ministry of Health and the National Ministry and the regulator will be working on that, because the regulator decides on the implementation of new technologies, setting up of a register, changing models of care or financing. So the work has to involve officials from key ministries.
Dobrze słyszeć, że idą za tym
It's good to hear and that concrete things are planned here.
Chciałeś zadać pytanie? Dobrze, przepraszam, to ja jeszcze zadam, bo ja jestem już w ciągu pytań, to jeszcze ja drugie, które chciałem zadać pytanie o
I would like to ask the second question.
Równie ważną
concerning the other side, which is equally important when implementing such documents.
Kadry, jak to pani doktor określiła, wspominając, że w pewnym momencie wymagane jest wzięcie na siebie większej odpowiedzialności.
That more responsibility is indicated.
Mam nadzieję, że nie grząskie.
And my question is hopefully not a tricky one.
Czy jakby ze strony realizujących kadr, czy to
when it comes to staff, doctors, nurses, directors who will be implementing all that,
na ogół, żeby brać tam odpowiedzialność.
Do they want to take responsibility?
Bardzo dobre pytanie. Powiedziałem nawet kluczowe.
A very good question. It's a key question.
Nie będę jakby ukrywała, że od wielu
I have to say openly that for many years I was of the opinion that our Polish healthcare system is monetized. Monetizing means that unfortunately, and I have to say it bluntly, unfortunately a lot of measures are taken once they are paid for. And the same applies to taking responsibility. So once we know that it's happened, and I think that underfinancing of the healthcare system was behind it, and the frustration level is so high that system participants are determined. They want to do more, take on new responsibilities, but it has to be paid for well. We cannot get engaged without getting a correspondent money for it. So we want to take responsibility. There's no problem with taking responsibility, provided that the regulator and the payer guarantee financial comfort, so that we can take responsibility, employ a team, employ a coordinator, and involve new technologies. Because the pricing will be so attractive that we will feel comfortable and safe. Once we feel comfortable and safe, we can take responsibility. I, myself, as manager, I too take more responsibility, provided that my bosses give me the tools to live up to the expectations. And that's the way it is with staff. There are people who have the will, but provided that they get the right tools to deliver. And there's one more question from the floor. Yes, I have a question because you mentioned something very important, transparency. And I don't know where to start, but transparency, well, is not really our strength. So what can we do to make sure it's not as dramatically bad as we've recently seen? I'm not talking about the recommendation even of Zongelsma, where specialists were not even asked for the opinion. But fundamental changes have been discussed when it comes to in-house ventilation, and the agency never even informed us about such discussions, and the patient organizations, the general public, were not informed of that. Anesthesiologists were not informed. So it looks really ugly. And governmental agencies are involved in that. So, if the program of neurological care were to be developed, how can we guarantee that it's not just a lobby where the official takes the decision whom he is to pay? Because the community of clinicians, patients should be involved, but also broader communities, not only neurologists. I'm talking about comprehensive healthcare. So you cannot issue an opinion within 30 days because you won't be able to write a simple review of a scientific article within 30 days. And here creating a program should take a year or two. So how can you guarantee transparency? Are there any mechanisms? Well, transparency is the outcome of certain values and attitudes that all system participants have to represent. As in any organization, those who are on top have to give a good example. So we have to keep a dialogue and ask the Minister of Health, who's the head of agency for evaluation of medical technologies. He's the head of the ministry, and we have to appeal to him to take care of transparency. And we have to ask for that, appeal, and we have to show that we do not accept any other attitude, because we have to exercise the social pressure, sort of force the institutions to make changes, because we need transformation when it comes to transparency. On my way here, I talked to a professor from the city of Łódź, cardiologist. We talked about transparency in cardiology. And one of the ways, one of the solutions is that, well, I believe that the minister will be increasing transparency by means of reports, registers, publications of results, showing that there are differences between different centers. There are data about hospitals, how many cancer cases are operated on. If there are few surgeries, there's little experience. If there's little experience, probably the outcomes are poorer. The data have been published. And I, as a patient, I can see that, well, in this case, the team doesn't really deals with the task of colon cancer. So I don't want to have surgery there. I prefer a surgery somewhere else. So we need to exercise pressure, but also encourage our centers, our clinicians to have the courage to show what the level of treatment is. And if we look at Scandinavian and American hospitals, we will not only see the results, the outcomes of hospitals, infections, adverse effects, but also how these parameters compare between doctors. So it's a long way before we develop this system, but unless we follow this way, and unless hospitals say, I'll show you how I do this, who will show? Well, those who are conscious of their results. Unless the process starts, unless we reinforce them in this conviction that it's worth doing and showing, we will have problems with transparency. And the pathway towards improvement involves measuring and comparing outcomes. Unless we measure, unless we compare, unless we have a transparent process of changes in legal regulations, unless there is partnership in changes, in creating the legal reality, we won't create good solutions because we always develop them from a particular perspective. And good solutions should give us satisfaction and added value. Sometimes we need a compromise, but just one sentence. We were working out a model of comprehensive specialist care for bariatric patients who require surgical treatment of obesity. Do you know how long it took us to work out the model? You were right. 2 years. 2 years of discussions, 2 years of dialogue, 2 years of explaining that we will be measuring outcomes, showing them. 2 years to have the courage to say that we will be showing how to treat bariatric patients. So I agree, it takes work to work something out. The pilot will take another 3 years. So no, please note that we have to be humble and understand that some solutions take time, but they also require cooperation of numerous stakeholders. If something's worked out by a narrow group of people, like the program for pregnant women,
about the deficient maternal health comprehensive program, we've always been saying that it is wrong. I ani nie poprawiły się wskaźniki w zakresie cesarskich cięć, ani nie poprawiły się, a nawet pogorszyły wskaźniki w zakresie znieczulenia zewnątrzoponowego.
Ale dlaczego? Dlatego, że program powstał bez słuchania tych, których ten program potem miał bezpośrednio dotyczyć. Także
without the input of people who were supposed to
deliver
it.
Za rok spotkamy się na pani prelekcji postępy we wdrażaniu programu neurologicznego.
Ja bardzo lubię właśnie pokazywać, czy stoimy w miejscu, czy idziemy do przodu. Mam nadzieję, że nie będę donosiła, że się cofamy.
Więc zapraszamy od razu na przyszły rok. Pani doktor mówiła, że jest z nami.
We've already invite you for the next year. You said that this is your first time with us.
Kolejnego prelegenta, który z nami jest bynajmniej nie po raz pierwszy, bo wczoraj ci z Państwa, myślę, że większość z Państwa słuchała prezentacji podsumowującej 10 lat funkcjonowania Fundacji SMA i konferencji SMA. Podczas na takiej osi czasu to kolejny prelegent pojawił się na tej osi czasu bardzo wcześnie, bardzo wczesnym slajdzie. I niezwykle cieszymy się, że i tym razem także jest z nami pan doktor Tomasz Potaczek, Uniwersytecki Szpital Ortopedyczno-Rehabilitacyjny w Zakopanem. I dzisiaj opowie nam o wyzwaniach w ortopedii w dobie leczenia.
During the treatment.
Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. No tak, to też rzeczywiście, to już kolejny rok, jak jesteśmy razem.
This is yet another year that we are together.
Ja jestem zaszczycony, że jestem w stanie też widzieć, jak leczenie takiej choroby rzadkiej się zmienia. I to zmienia się z perspektywy każdego z nas, czyli wszystkim Państwa pacjentów, opiekunów, nas, lekarzy, neurologów najbardziej chyba. Ortopedia chyba też trochę i spróbuję może przynajmniej w jakimś stopniu przybliżyć, jakie zmiany zachodziły w ostatnim czasie. To, co tutaj się dzieje, to taki krótki zarys tylko tego, co już jest dostępne, prawda? To, co za chwileczkę będzie. To są badania kliniczne prowadzone.
Or will be available very soon because of the clinical trial. The screening program is a huge breakthrough.
Leczy ortopedycznie pacjentów
Perhaps we are the last generation that is treating SMA patients with typical
z którymi się borykamy teraz, nigdy nie było.
Conditions.
Także tak może też się stać.
Perhaps that's going to happen. Obviously, it does not preclude the situation where we may have people with rare symptoms, but nevertheless they manifest themselves. And some orthopedic problems that are also manifesting in other populations. So,
naprawdę na dzień dzisiejszy mimo wszystko mamy wiele punktów, w których działają nam te leki. To cały czas na samym końcu tam zostaje ten punkt,
we have the medication available, but nevertheless we continue to have progressive scoliosis. And despite the progress in pharmacological therapy,
tak naprawdę to, co tutaj jest, te wszystkie nowości lecznicze,
we don't have a treatment for that. So it's great that there are new therapies available, but it's item number 7, so progressive scoliosis is still an issue. And we want to keep the spine fairly straight. We don't want to place a burden on the thorax and on the abdominal cavity, so we need to continue the surgical treatment. Well, patients are growing. Young children who are 2 or 3 or 4 years old, their trunk is short, they have a very small body weight, but with years the trunk is getting better, but the muscles do not have the required strength, and at some point the scoliosis becomes visible. So pharmacological treatment is something that we can offer, and this is right after we detect the disease, but when we operate on the spine, we do not really treat the patient, we do not treat underlying cause, we just improve some parameters for the patient.
So it's been 2 years ago. Now this study shows where we are with the scoliosis. The scoliosis that may require surgical approach. And you see the left side, so this is how often the scoliosis may call for the surgical intervention. And here you have type A and B, so people who are often in the wheelchair and between the 10th and 15th years of age, they are very likely to develop scoliosis that requires surgical intervention. This is between 50 and 90% of cases, so these are high numbers. It's not like for 3B or 4, SMA 3B or SMA 4, where we don't need to think about it that often. And same here, children with SMA 3A. So overall, the muscles are in a better condition. And children under the age of 10 need the wheelchair. And then the likelihood of scoliosis goes up by 60 or 70%. So this is a group of patients that have been able to walk for a fairly short time, and nevertheless they also face a high risk of scoliosis. So the evolution usually is progressing with more severe types. So for a 2-year-old, we may have scoliosis of 50 or 60%, and again, it is progressing with age. And the more severe the disease, the faster the deformation. But you may have a 10-year-old child, and you may see that the scoliosis is under control, but nevertheless, suddenly there is a growth spurt, and the young person is growing and taking on body weight, and that triggers the progression of scoliosis. So would you say that this is only driven by SMA? Well, here we've got a young person who used to have fairly straight spine that may actually look similar as scoliosis in idiopathic scoliosis in children who do not have comorbidities. But perhaps in case of SMA, when we look at the patients, we may say that even if the patient was disease-free, the scoliosis would be there anyway. So despite the access to early treatment and despite the overall better access to treatment, we may expect that scoliosis at some point may progress. Sometimes we are asked whether it makes sense to have very early surgical intervention. I found one publication about the surgery on 18-month child, an 18-month-old child. I think that it is one of the unique cases. In the literature, we cannot find anything that would be about any younger patients. So, but this is a very unique situation. This is not very likely to happen. You know, the better SMA treatment, the more likely it is that other diseases will surface. It may happen that we have a patient with SMA, and on top of it, we have some other congenital defect. And let's say that we have some congenital scoliosis that's related to some kind of a disorder of the spinal development. So we need to remember that there are also other diseases beyond SMA that may manifest themselves. So what do we need to remember? especially when we look at the growth of children. So from the moment of the birth, we triple or quadruple our height. Now the length of the spine is doubled since birth. So it's not that the spine is growing forever. The length of the spine is not going to affect the height, because in addition to the spine, we have other growth dimensions for our trunk and limbs, etc. Now, the development of lungs, and that is going on until the age of 5, so the first years are important. So the surgeries at the age of 8 or 10 will not really change the development of the lungs. Obviously, when we have the bell-shaped thorax, it's due to SMA, but as a matter of fact, when we look at alveoli, the volume of alveoli develops until the 5 years of age. So we remember that our children tend to grow very fast during the first 5 years, then things stabilize and the growth is not that dynamic, and then we have the growth spurt when the adolescence starts. It could be 10, 11 years for children, for girls, and a bit later for boys, when the children start to grow height-wise and they put on weight. And this is the time when deformations tend to progress, whether this is scoliosis or due to SMA or due to something else. So when we look at the children without comorbidities, when we look at certain parameters. But for SMA patients, Reeser's indicator or Sanders scale or Tanner's scale for evaluating maturity, we cannot really apply that directly to SMA children, because here we face the problem related to sitting, and the scoliosis is growing or progressing before the adolescence kicks in. Many times I get questions about the late bone maturity at the age of 16 or 17 or 18 years old. Well, that's not relevant because of the sitting lifestyle. No, we often measure the parameters in the sitting position. And when you look at the height of the trunk during the adolescence, it's 70 centimeters on average. So this is the right size for an adult. Historically, we have some procedures that have been used in all age groups. So young people, 5, 8 years old and older, teenagers and also adults. And that has changed. We do have now tools to make sure that despite early surgical treatment, we still can lengthen the spine. Obviously, there are some limits to that. Elongation. In case of SMA patient, the question is what happens with the rods that are growing, with the implants that are growing. Well, we don't really know how to proceed further. If this is the child that has finished the growth phase, and whether we need to have another surgery for whom this is necessary to change the rods. For other patients with no SMA, who are more active, when we are trying to replace the rods, so that growing rods, so that they are not damaged. Well, in case of patients with SMA, we may actually avoid that because perhaps the surgery at the age of 15 is not really necessary in their case, and it will not give us any major breakthrough.
Publications confirmed that. The authors were evaluating whether indeed removing those magnetic rods and full growth with stabilization is always indispensable. It seems that in a situation when we have like a progression problem with the implant inside, it does make sense. However, if our patient feels well and the weight is not growing dramatically, the functionality is really good, we can stick to the implant that doesn't require another surgical intervention. There were some solutions that seemed beneficial, like implants that would grow with the patient and did not require another surgery, but as of today, these solutions haven't been registered, so we are going away from that. There are some problems with such types of solutions, and it turned out that the assumed growth of backbone didn't really follow the expectations, was like 1/3 of the expectations, and as a result, it caused a lot of reoperations, resurgeries, and this is really very negative in this case. So what about the complications in the group of patients who are treated with growing rods, growing implants? The number of complications is lower than in the group of children who have early childhood scoliosis of idiopathic cause. So the number of unplanned operations is higher in the group of people with idiopathic scoliosis. So this is to the benefit of people, of children with SMA. So the stay in the hospital was slightly longer in the case of patients with SMA, but the number of operations was lower. So surgical treatment. Considering modern implants and the so-called screws, is it as safe as in the case of older solutions? Yes, it turns out that yes. This is another publication evaluating that, and among the evaluated patients, there were some problems with the implants, and as is the case of other people who are subject to surgeries. So on the back, you can feel a head of the screw underneath the skin. And also in this evaluated group, several people had to have another surgical intervention because of excessive sticking out of those implants. And that is why we, at the top of the curve, underneath the skin, we are not implementing the screws in order to avoid a situation where there is a bulging on the surface, to avoid further problems and surgeries. Non-invasive ventilation at home revolutionized also anesthesiology. So the anesthesia is safer than before. Even in the case of very low starting value, the treatment is possible. And I was able to find a publication that evaluated patients after surgery, and the post-operative period was very similar as is the case in my center. So And the necessity of invasive post-op ventilation was null. Patients are extubated after the surgery, and moving to non-invasive oxygen therapy is quite safe. It gives us certainty that the first few hours after the treatment will be much safer. So non-invasive therapy is a big plus.
Kolejną rzeczą, którą gdzieś mimo wszystko możemy się spodziewać po takiej operacji,
that we can expect after the surgery are changes of the respiratory system. So it would seem that if the thorax is concave and we straighten the back, the parameters should improve. So many patients, many caregivers observe that the number of respiratory infections go down, problems with coughing, with expectoration reduce, but there are some difficulties. My colleagues in this publication were trying to evaluate whether those typical tests like spirometry whether they changed for the better or not. And it turns out that after surgery, the test results were worse. But you have to take into account the fact that these studies are very difficult to carry out on SMA patients. So literature is not uniform. Some publications say that there might be a deterioration, others say that there might be an improvement. So the measurements of functional parameters, but also evaluation by means of questionnaires. We talk about the feelings of patients and caregivers show that the surgery did improve the quality of life. Especially when it comes to respiratory efficiency. So we have to find the right questionnaire to evaluate the respiratory efficiency rather than focusing on parameters that are used in the population which doesn't have SMA. And now when it comes to the functioning of patients, ability of patients to function normally, this is something that requires questionnaires like Hammersmith scale. And you have to remember that the surgery results in the fact that the scoring on Hammersmith scale reduces. Definitely the range of motion changes, and there are 5 such domains where the values on Hammersmith scale did not shrink as much, like lifting hands, turning and stuff like that. Among those 5 points, the results reduced the most, actually. But after a certain period of follow-up, they can go back to where they were. So after the surgery, the results on the Hammersmith scale are worse, but this is not to say that the surgery or Spinraza treatment caused this. Every person who undergoes broad surgical stabilization of the spine, well, after the surgery, you have to adapt to those changes. Children and young people adapt very quickly. When you change your trunk when you're 30 or 40, then it's really very difficult to accept or to cope, even if you don't have any other comorbidities. So it takes a year before you go back to the same activity as before the surgery. In the case of young people, it's 2 or 3 months. They are able to have the same function after 3 months as before the operation. So we only summed up the period of 4 or 5 years. We had the pleasure of treating patients with SMA. There are 82 patients who were planning to have a surgery, and 65 underwent this surgery. And in the group of 7 patients, patients without the operation, without the surgery, the situations were really difficult. These discussions are really difficult, where we have to quit surgery, but sometimes the severity is very high, the formation is very high. Patient is more lying patient rather than walking patient. So this is the likelihood curve. Type 1, more severe. In this case, usually the surgeries do not make too much sense. In 40-odd patients, there was one-stage operation, one-stage surgery. In others, several stages. In the fourth group, magnetic rods. In the case of 10 patients, this is something that allowed us to start Spinraza, so laminotomy, and in 2 patients there are problems related to the implant after previous surgery carried out years before. Now, looking at complications and problems, in 4% required another surgery, something unplanned. 1, there was damage to the rod. It was a difficult, actually extreme deformation, and after the first surgery it was possible to introduce only 1 rod. Unfortunately, it did not ensure the right correction for it to stay on for years. So the healing of the wound took longer, and it required another surgery. And in one case, the healing of the wound took longer, and we had to address the infection. So these figures are not big. 4% in the case of 70 people is not a big figure, and this does not deviate from other surgical interventions in people with other diseases. For example, in the case of idiopathic scoliosis, in people who are absolutely healthy, the frequency of resurgeries is 5 to 6%. Here it's less than 5%, so the figures are quite good. In 4 patients, we had longer wound healing, which required pharmacological intervention or some prolonged pain, where the follow-up was longer and took more attention, but the final outcome was positive. Laminotomy, the window that seems to be an efficacious solution in the case of people who have a planned surgery or have had it over the past few years. People treated with Spinraza always have this window done. And the test that allows us to visualize this space is computer tomography. Regular X-ray will not be able to show us this space, and tomography shows us the height and location of the window. So the majority of facilities administer drugs under control of tomography. So is it a perfect solution? For sure, it's not. For sure, it has a lot of flaws. When the person who administers the drug changes, it causes certain problems. Well, people who do it systematically, it's easier for them. They know the patient, they know how to approach this location, because it's difficult from technical point of view. It's a big challenge always to the treating team. And the problem with laminotomy, especially in patients who had surgery many years ago, there is a risk of damaging the dura mater, so the place where you put the needle and the dura mater that covers the spinal cord. So as a result, wound healing is longer. Patient has to stay not a day or 2, but after up to a week after the surgery in the hospital. And it may happen when the first Spinraza dose is administered, because of the amount of fluid, there will be like a dissonance. Fluid aspiration can happen in this space where the injury was. So you have to know specifically what the surgery looked like, what was happening. And looking at the possibilities in the future, all operation techniques, surgical techniques are going towards minimal invasiveness, reducing the range of surgery. Can we offer that in the case of SMA? I think that no. I think broad instrumentation with trunk that is concave, we have to have quite an extensive intervention. But what is an option, and the COVID has shown us that, is that we can make a smaller cut on the skin. There you can see here locations with access. So there's you can see which areas were not touched during surgery. So is the surgery less extensive? Well, maybe the surgery time is longer, but the cosmetic outcome on the skin can be smaller.
So there are some technical novelties, some implants that keep some mobility of the spine, but this is for a different population. For people with more serious disease, this is not the right way to go, because the potential number of complications is very high, and therefore it makes no sense to try that. Perhaps some solutions that will help keep the spine more flexible will emerge, but I'm not sure. So, nevertheless, we've seen some evolution across the board. Obviously, in case of pharmacology, the evolution is much greater than in surgery. But this is part of the overall treatment. We have pharmacological treatment, we have rehabilitation, physical therapy, and we do have surgeries. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Well, thank you so much.
Że tak powiem, nawiązując do poprzedniego wystąpienia, w którym prelegentka życzyła sobie i nam
presentation when we were talking about evidence-based medicine, I think that what we've seen here was just the essence of such approach. Serious business as spinal surgery was clearly communicated here with relevant reference to doctors' experience and to the global publications and studies, literature overall.
Największa, jaka może być na tym polu. Jeżeli ktoś z Państwa chciałby o coś dopytać, to zapraszam.
If you have any questions, please feel free.
Ja chciałam dopytać o takie 5
just wanted to ask about 5 slides.
Co może być tym efektem, którego się boimy po operacji? Czyli,
we could see the possible complications, so things that we can lose or things that can be worse off after the surgery. If you can actually repeat this message. So, what to be afraid of after the surgery? It's all about the patient's functioning and overall functioning. As I said, each spinal surgery affects the functionality. It's not only in case of scoliosis, but overall. So let me get back to these
No
slides.
właśnie, to była publikacja taka, która właśnie mnie
That was the publication that really got me thinking. Hammersmith scale. So the first thing we were looking at was sitting with straight legs, so the typical position, supported position. That's part of the examination with the use of the scale, and 2/3 of patients had actually worse result. So they were able to sit in this position for a shorter period of time. Now, the second thing is when you actually stretch your arms behind your head. To be honest, I don't know if we notice a deterioration in our patients. Well, I showed this publication because it really triggered my doubts. And then we have independent position changing and keeping the elbows in this position and also flexing your
Duża wątpliwość do tego, czy faktycznie to są takie rzeczy, które w codziennym życiu wychodzą. Są te elementy tej skali i uwagę chcę na to, że ta skala może być niższa po operacji. Te wyniki mogą być niższe.
After the surgery,
osoba badająca Hammersmitha przed operacją, po operacji
score can be actually deteriorated because certain range of movement might have changed, but it doesn't mean that it would be permanent. And on top of that, if you have a collapsing trunk, then this is also something that would limit your mobility. Well, the sitting in the young age leads to scoliosis, whether this is SMA or children with some other dystrophies. So scoliosis is present in nearly 100% cases. Persons with idiopathic scoliosis, so without the underlying disease, have also some limitation when it comes to mobility on certain scales, but it's not that visible. Unfortunately, we do not hear the comment. When the scoliosis is 45–50%, that's what you're asking about, right? Yes, then yes. This is why we are evaluating that. Since this is yet another meeting that we have, my presentation was focused on something else, but yes, the smaller scoliosis, no. The higher rate, so 45–50%, yes. Okay, 2 questions. I have 1 question. I just wanted to ask you about post-surgical outcomes. Well, obviously, when you have severe scoliosis, your swallowing ability suffers. I'm not expecting you to evaluate swallowing disorders, but when you were looking at the studies, and when you were looking at affected functionality or function, have you come across the swallowing as one of the outcomes of the surgery, that the swallowing ability would improve or would get worse? Well, I think that I haven't seen that, but I believe that this is something that you may expect to change, especially when the head is somewhat tilted. So when the head is tilted, there might be some temporary deterioration. But in case of young people and children, it is adaptable in months following the surgery. Okay, and the last question. I just wanted to ask whether it is frequent that children lose their ability to keep their head. And whether when the faster the operation, the different outcome. Yes, definitely so. Very high scoliosis, especially at the upper section, actually tilt the head. So when we have the tilted position being fairly permanent, it is much more difficult to reach upright position after the surgery. And in literature, we read that it could be over 100 degrees. That's fortunately rare. We don't come across such situation very often. But several years ago, it was a common thing. Fortunately, this is improving. And let's hope for the better, that we can intervene faster. And then the surgery should be followed with the physical therapy. Well, thank you.
I zapraszam w takim razie na scenę ostatniego prelegenta tej sesji przed obiadem na niezwykle ciekawą prezentację.
Okay, so now the next speaker, the last one before lunch, and this presentation will merge physical therapy and psychology. So this is something that may not be very obvious. Over to you.
Dzień dobry, nazywam się Leszek Naziemiec.
Hello, my name is Leszek Naziemiec. I am a psychologist and a physical therapist that specializes in physiology of young children. And I also studied psychology to be able to be more familiar with the psychology of children. I've been a practitioner for nearly 25 years as a therapist and also as a psychologist. I also worked in the psychiatric hospital. And my topic, I know that I have little time left, but nevertheless I will try to say something. So, I will speak about looking for resources and building the resources in children and parents when difficult diagnosis strikes. So without any introduction, let me say that to look for the resources, psychological resources, we need to understand the process, what's happening when the diagnosis is given. And for that, I use Elizabeth Kubler-Ross model. This is the Swiss psychologist that worked with the hospice patients who found out about terminal diagnosis. So it was very likely that this patient is going to die within a fairly short time. It has never been, it was never sure, but nevertheless the horizon was short. So let me remind you of that concept, so that later on I can refer to you. When I speak about our patients with SMA or with dystrophies or other severe childhood diseases. So Kubler-Ross noticed that the first phase is denial. So in this case, the parent would find out about the diagnosis, parent does not accept it right away, cannot believe it simply, and tries to double-check that, confirm that someplace else. And this phase is well known. If you have a child that has some major problems,
Dlatego, że się w ogóle już nie jestem wykładowcą od pół roku, właśnie zwolniłem się z
I'm not a lecturer, I'm not going to, I don't really have this vocal practice any longer.
Natomiast Kubler-Ross zauważyła, że miała wielu pacjentów, którzy
noticed that she has many patients that were in denial until the last day of their life. So these were adults, and their condition has been deteriorating. But they were facing end of life, but they were saying, "I'm strong. I'm not going to give up. I will be getting back on my bike. I will be doing this and that." And they were dying with the denial. That's a tough topic. But we cannot really skip that.
Natomiast, no i też nie za wiele dało się z tym zrobić. Ja też o tym rozmawianiu z pacjentem, z człowiekiem, z dzieckiem.
Not much could be done about it. I will speak about how to talk to the child, to the patient, but then denial gets to the other phase, which is anger, a lot of emotions. That's so unfair. I'm so disappointed. I have very negative emotions, strong negative emotions. I am mad about it. And it's hard to say how long it takes. This is a normal phase. I'm just going through this phase, and this is nothing strange. And the third phase is bargaining. So I'm about to get it that this is bad diagnosis. So in case of that Kubler-Ross patients, it was diagnosis for patients that were about to die soon. So bargaining is about two things. I can try to push the timeline further, so I'm bargaining with the world, with myself, or with the God. I can try to sort of push the last day forward, the end day, and I promise that I will do this and that, and I mobilize a lot of energy to attain these goals that I'm trying to bargain about. So I want to live until my children get married. I want to live until I close this and that. And Kubler-Ross is just a good observer, and she said, and she proved it with her studies, that people who bargain are able to bargain successfully and get more time. So they mobilize the maximum energy for some time, and after that they just give up and give in. So bargaining is, for instance, that I promise that I will improve something, like morally or physically. I will do things differently. I just don't want to die. After bargaining, the psychological process, because you may say that this is about great emotions, and it takes a lot of energy, and the energy is running short. And then we near the moment when there is a depression. This is what the books say, that you get into the depression. But as professionals, we say that this depression is with a number of symptoms. So you look at the symptoms and how long they persist. So perhaps it's better to say that this is just like, you know, you're depleted of energy. You're exhausted. And that's what it is. And you may accept that, and you may say that, okay, it has to be like that. And Kubler-Ross says that at the end of that, you reach acceptance. So I'm able to recover from this sort of collapse, from this depression. This is not the depression that is defined as the clinical diagnosis. This is a different understanding of depression. So, but I'm recovering from that, and I can keep going, accepting my situation. And for many times, for people who are at phase one, it's really sort of hard to grasp. But this is like the maturation process, if you will. You know, I reach the moment that I'm able to accept whatever the future brings. an important point to make is that the very fact that I'm accepting my disability or I'm accepting uncertainty of the fact that I'm going to die, it doesn't mean that I have no energy to fight for myself and for my health. So many times people make a mistake here. People tend to think black and white.
Teraz tu widzę, że to jest zegar mojego czasu. Tak?
I'm checking the clock and I think that my time is ticking away.
Dobrze. Okej, ale nie widzę. Dobra. Więc i teraz ja pamiętam nawet... Znaczy pamiętam, to jest źle powiedziane. Ja po prostu znam bardzo dużo takich sytuacji.
I know a lot of such cases. I often come across them that the patient
odracza się tą akceptację.
Doesn't get any acceptance. So people around him say, no, you're not going to die. You cannot succumb to that. So the patient is not giving up on purpose. The patient went through this process, accepts that and keeps fighting, following his or her rules the way they want to. So this is a more complex attitude. So someone who's in denial and says, tomorrow I'm going to ride the bike, is at the beginning of the process. And now speaking, and well, the matter of children first. Speaking, how should a therapist, a parent, talk to a child? It's a long topic, but there is help. Patient or a child guides us. The patient guides us. So if I have someone who says, and I approach him as a physical therapist, and the child says, I'm going to walk, I'm going to live, I'll be able to do everything, then I see that this patient doesn't want to have reliable information that I could provide. The patient doesn't want that. The patient signalizes that he or she is not ready for the information. A child is usually not ready. A grown-up is not ready, and they signalize that. So this is quite a simple matter. But there are also interesting situations. And now I'm talking about a grown-up. There's a patient who's going to die soon, and he's accepting that. And he's not getting support. He's supporting the family around him. So from the bed, he's saying, it's going to be fine. You're going to make it. You too. The patient has to have a strength and maturity in his or her acceptance. Well, everybody needs support, but this person doesn't really need as much support because they have so much support that they support the people around them. Now, children. The situation gets more complicated. Well, the first thing is, well, there are two time points, and the first time point is where the child starts to understand the concept of irreversibility of death. And psychologists say that this is something broader. It's irreversibility of certain events in our world order. So we are talking about death now. So 5- or 6-year-old child learns that by observing nature, observing sick consequences, that certain things in our world order might be irreversible. And the second time point, the second thing that they learn, that children learn is that if there is the most difficult diagnosis, it applies to them, and the outcome may be bad. They may die. So death applies to me. Those processes apply to me, and I am in this most difficult existentially position. This is age 7, between 7 and puberty. So we will have to do with children, And we see that, they show it to us, they give us hints that they don't understand their disease, don't understand their condition, don't understand diagnosis, and don't want to talk about it. The child guides us. And we see children from the 7th year of age, children who understand it more and more, and we cannot hide from them what's going on. And around puberty, when the child is in denial, in a difficult situation, it may be very complicated, but this is what it looks like, more or less.
No i teraz komplikuje się ta sytuacja w ten sposób, że mam na
It
przykład
gets complicated. Let's say I have a child who is 9 or 10, understands the situation, but has a parent who doesn't let the child enter the situation in a mature way, become mature and understand diagnosis and the existential situation. I know of such situations.
Mówi ojciec do dziecka, jest to sytuacja przy mnie, mówi...
Where the father says to the child, and I'm standing next to it,
dystrofia Duchenna.
Duchenne's dystrophy.
Mówi, ty nie umrzesz, ty na pewno.
You're not going to die, for sure, you'll be healthy, you'll do everything.
I ten synek patrzy na
And the son is looking at him,
dając mu wsparcie,
giving him support and says, okay, dad.
tak jest jak mówisz, ale to dziecko jest dojrzałe.
The things are the way you say. The child is mature. But if we're reversing support, that the child is giving support to an adult, it's not a good situation in terms of development, because a child is not an adult. Giving support, supporting emotions of parents is detrimental to the development of the child. That's what psychology says. It gets complicated if a parent is not able to catch up with the development of a child.
No i takie wyzwanie też dla rodziców.
And another challenge, this is a challenge to parents.
No właśnie, że to jest dalej to jakby podążanie za dzieckiem i
it's all about following the child.
Rozumienie tego, jakie procesy po prostu
understanding the processes, understanding what's happening to the child.
Rozwinąłem, mam nadzieję, tą koncepcję Kibler-Ross.
So I hope you understand the Kibler-Ross concept and the things that we are interested in. And now I'd like to move on to the search for mental resources, development of mental resources.
Dzieci i także rodziców.
In the case of children and parents. One of the ideas behind it is to draw a map of resources.
Czynności, może miejsc,
activities, locations, processes, which can give us energy in this difficult situation. And those maps of resources can be drawn by ourselves. We take a piece of paper and try to think what could help us. Where can we find some energy?
Co nas może też rozwinąć w tej sytuacji.
What can give us some development in this situation?
Tutaj psychologia na przykład mówi, że mamy
psychology says, for example,
pewne zasoby
that we have some cognitive resources, mental resources, that Aaron Beck, a theoretician of cognitive therapy, said that we can develop logical thinking, look at how we think in a given situation, adjust that, and this will help us. So we have a cognitive and thinking zone. And I can explain what it's all about.
Oczywiście zasobem są nasze możliwości twórcze, które mamy.
Our creative capacities are our resource.
Rozwijają się
children
twórczo,
develop creatively by drawing, writing, or doing music. Creativity is a resource which is very helpful. It's a source of energy, source of coping with the situation. So we know about
that. Następna sprawa to Tutaj tak nawiązać chciałbym do psychologii Junga.
I would like to refer to Jung. He said that that unconscious processes, the unconscious things we don't realize, has power to cope with difficult situations. So I'm not going in this esoteric area, but Jung says that there are stories which have been repeated for ages, and the stories we hear have power, give us power. At different stages in life, we listen to different stories, and they help us. And that's the case. We have therapeutic stories, therapeutic fairy tales. We listen to the wisdom enchanted in archetypes and that we have, but we just have to find it. And Jung will say, yes, it's creativity, it's the dreams. So there are unconscious processes that are not esoteric. They are something that will support us, give us support in this difficult situation. The unconscious will guide us. So this is an example of an influential psychologist from Switzerland, Carl Gustav Jung. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross is also from Switzerland. So a lot of psychologists, developmental psychologists, such as Piaget, come from Switzerland. So are there any other resources? Yes, for example, spiritual resources. Yes, I have 10 minutes to go, so I won't explain this, but we understand whether it's formal religion, participation in different rituals, or anything else. The world is pluralistic. This is the area that reinforces us. And I'd like to move on to saying that on this map of resources that I drew, and everybody can draw their own, I drew a body that can be our resource. I'm a physical therapist, so I know how my body can support me in my psychological problems, mental problems. It's very complicated, very complex. So how should my body support me? My body that is sick, how am I supposed to draw on this energy? How is it supposed to help me if it's the source of my pain and suffering? Well, this is something I've been thinking about because we learn holistic psychology. So we cannot escape the body, and we see this approach, and I have no answer here, but this approach that my disease is something that is foreign to me. I cannot accept it. I fight it. It's my enemy. I have to fight. In the case of cancer, it's quite obvious. You cannot escape this metaphor. But for me to function well, I should function well with my body. And there is only one conclusion. The body has to give me pleasure. My sick body should be a source. I should accept it. I should have good feelings about it. And now, if you look at it, there are certain possibilities. So, of course, if there is a chronic pain, then it's really hard. So we're looking for pleasure of the body in spite of the difficult somatic situation. And I was thinking about those ladies who were preparing an SMA calendar. And this was a beautiful example of affirmation of the body, that I can provide for psychomotor integration. It was a holistic thinking, and it made a big impression on me. And of course, dancing, if possible. I also saw this, and it's an affirmation of the body. It gives pleasure to the body, and I think it's something to be discovered. And I was always very surprised that men who are paralyzed, they were playing rugby on a wheelchair. And then I understood that this was affirmation of their body. They had injuries, serious injuries, but they were still doing it. They were working with their body. They had emotions in their body. And I thought, and this is something I like, I specialize in. And yes, I can see a girl, and yes, I'm sort of forcing her because I love swimming and scuba diving, and it turns out that scuba diving, when I have less muscles, I can have better outcomes because I use less oxygen, so I can learn to scuba dive without breathing and have really good outcomes. So it's fascinating that my body, that is the source of my suffering, gives me an advantage. It's incredible. Sailing or the need of speed in nature. There are such sports that give me that. And in spite of my limitations, I can participate in this adventure. I'm looking at the map of resources. Well, body cannot be just tortured on the mattress. There has to be some movement, some pleasures that you don't associate with a hospital bed or anything else. So there's one more thing on this map, nature. And I just wanted to say that now there is this strong trend that nature should be treated as a resource that supports us. So we function better. And just to give you some examples, there is the program in a mental hospital of Poznań. I just forgot which element of nature is used there, whether it's the forest. I think it was the forest. Yes, there are those popular books, and the Japanese are saying, we know going to the forest is therapeutic. So we don't have to intellectualize it, understand it, but it's in fact about us being in the forest. So we're supposed to be at the seaside or near a beautiful river or with nature. So it is one thing to look at physicality, but we are not detached from a system.
Just give it a chance. I have to say that I arrived here 1 hour earlier. I said to myself, okay, I need to charge my batteries. I went to the riverbank. There is a beautiful river here. I think that we don't know about it. So you just look down and you look at this flowing river, and the most recent psychology tells us that that's something that's going to work. That's something that you can benefit from. So you cannot spend all your time in the medical offices or with the therapist. You have to strike a balance somewhere. And that's going to be a healing factor. And now let me revisit the question of depression. I know that I have just 3 minutes left. Okay, there is a waiting line to lunch. So in terms of our cognitive resources in psychology, we have such a term as peak depression. What does it mean? Well, there are people that put the entire energy into something that is the most important thing to them. Let's say that you have an athlete who says, I have to sacrifice everything to be the champion. So this is his ultimate thing. And if he or she operates like that, depression is on the radar. Perhaps he will become a champion, but there would be a hollowness all around because he sacrificed everything to become a champion. And most likely, he's not going to be a champion because there is only one in the world. So you may have win-win, but in this case, you have lose-lose situation because you are in the hollow, you are in the emptiness, because you put all your energy into this ultimate idea that I had. So perhaps this idea that is sort of helping us live is the idea of getting healthy. It's either your child or yourself. Get the treatment, complete successful therapy and get healthy.
Tak, to jest moja idea, tak.
Yes, that's my idea.
Więc pomyślałem sobie, że ta nasza idea, którą my mamy,
so I thought that our idea cannot be cohesive with what our child thinks or wants. So what the child wants, what the child wants to do, what decision makes. Even if such decisions can be difficult for us as parents. So there is no other way around it. At some point, the child will make his or her own decision and will say what is important for her or him. And it may turn out that the therapy is important, but this is not the most important thing. So give it some thought. And I think that this completes my presentation.
Bardzo dziękuję I naprawdę bardzo się cieszę też, że to
Well, thank you. And I'm really happy that we had this presentation right and this intervention right before the break, lunch break, because it's time to digest these ideas. These ideas are not always obvious. Some of these things may be controversial.
One są bardzo trudne I ja się w ogóle też męczę, ale
yes, these things are difficult, and I also struggle with it. But my experience and what I hear from the patients tells me that you cannot be in denial. You have to move on.
Niezwykle było interesujące. Bardzo dziękuję raz jeszcze.
Yes, it was truly interesting. Thank you so much. And we are not going to have Q&A session, but it will be reflection time instead.
Podczas obiadu myślę, że pan Leszek
I think that Leszek Naziemiec will be joining us for lunch, so you may approach him and you may ask him a question while waiting in line for lunch. So thank you so much for joining us today, and right now we are going to have a lunch break, and after lunch we continue with the program.
Kolejne wydarzenia również należą do pana Leszka.
And Leszek Naziemiec will be also part of the after lunch session because he will be leading the workshop. Thank you.